IX. It's hyphen, sir, hyphen. Yes, நான் லைவ் போட்டுருக்கேன். 10 மணிக்கு மக்கள் எல்லாம் கோவில் போயிடுவாங்க. யாரு லைவ் பண்றாங்களோ மியூட் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கோங்க. சைலண்ட்ல போட்டுருங்க.
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி
நீங்க ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி சொல்லலாம்.
சொல்றேன். இது 40 பேர் வந்திருக்காங்க. ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாமா? ஓகே 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 சரி சரி ஓகே ரைட் ரைட். ஒருத்தர் ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஓகே 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 ரைட் ஓகே சரி ஓகே. வெங்கட்ராமன் சார் வந்திருக்காப்ல. திறந்தாச்சு. ஆமா 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 சரி சரி ஓகே 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 ரைட் ரைட் சரி சரி. கேட்டாரு சொன்னாரு.
Sir, very good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Venkatraman, sir, very good morning, sir.
Good morning, dear sir. Good morning.
Happy to see you.
Yes,
Long
I'm
time.
also very happy
Yes,
to
sir.
see you all sitting
Yes,
at
sir. Thank
home.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Murthy, good morning.
Good morning, Ilan, Dr. Ilan. Good morning.
Sir, Venkatraman sir, good morning, sir. I'm Agilan Dean Ponneri.
Sir, welcome. Good morning.
Akhilan, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry.
Sir.
63 ஆயிடுச்சு. எப்படி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடுவோமா? ஓகே ஓகே. லேசா ஒரு இன்ட்ரோடக்ஷன் பண்ணி லேசா இது பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். சரி சரி ஓகே.
பேசும்போது மட்டும் எல்லாருக்கும் எப்போ அடிச்சு எல்லாருக்கும் பேசும்போது
பக்கத்துலேயே இருக்கு. சொல்றேன். ஹலோ, ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாமா? சரி சரி ஓகே ஓகே ரைட். கொடுத்துட்டு
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sir, Venkatraman sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Fine, sir. Thank you.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Ilan.
Sir, Kingston, sir.
Yes.
Start now. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So good morning to everybody. So today we have gathered here online for the national webinar on sustainable management of aquatic resources for fish production and conservation. This is to commemorate the World Fisheries Day 2020. Now, the Department of Fisheries Biology and Resource Management of Fisheries College Research Institute has organized several seminars to highlight the importance of biodiversity and conservation. During 2020 December, we organized a national seminar on biodiversity and conservation. A workshop on biodiversity and conservation of aquatic resources was organized during 2014. A national seminar on conservation and sustainability of aquatic resources was organized during 2018. Now, this webinar on sustainability of aquatic resources will highlight the importance of conservation of aquatic resources and mainly the conservation. So with this small introduction, now let us move on to the webinar. Now I request our Dean, Dr. P. Sundaramurthy, for the welcome address.
Thank you, sir. Respected Vice Chancellor, TNJFU, Dr. G. Sukumar, invited speakers for today's webinar, Dr. V.K. Venkatraman, former Dean of N.V.Sujathkumar, Dr. K. Venkatraman, former Director, ISSI, Chennai, Dr. N.V.Sujathkumar, Dean, University of Kerala, Dr. Sujathkumar Das, Professor and Head Department of FRM, College of Fisheries, Kolkata, University officers, HODs, faculty members, participants from all over India, students and scholars. Very good morning to you all. I wish you all very happy World Fisheries Day. World Fisheries Day has been celebrated on November 21st every year. World Fisheries Day was founded by fisher folk community themselves in the year of 1998 as a way to celebrate not only their profession but also a way of their life. Initially, this day was celebrated as a World Fisherman Day. Then it was renamed as World Fisheries Day in 2015 with a common theme as the day celebrated to the men and women around the world who depend on fisheries for their livelihood. Many programs have been organized throughout the world by institutions, organizations, government agencies and departments and the fishermen community themselves. In recent years, in addition to the profession, the resources also taken as a theme for scientific meetings organized as a part of celebration on World Fisheries Day. Today we have gathered here digitally to celebrate World Fisheries Day in the morning session with a webinar by inviting 4 eminent personalities in the field of fisheries biology and resource management, and in the afternoon session with the activities for the students. The theme for today's webinar is sustainable management of aquatic resources, as these resources are very important to provide food, nutrition and the income security to millions of people around the world. While capture fisheries will remain relevant, aquaculture has already demonstrated its crucial role in global food security. Aquatic resources have been an important source of animal protein for more than 1 billion people of the world. Two-thirds of the total food are from marine and inland capture fisheries. Management of aquatic resources is very important for sustainable productions. Sustainable management of fisheries cannot be achieved without an acceptance that the long-term goals of fisheries management are the same as those environmental conservation. It is the right time to balance the fish production with the conservation measures by suitable management tools. We all know enforcement of management tool is not easy and challenging one in the developing countries like India. As an academic institution, we have a great responsibilities to discuss and suggest better management options for sustainable production. With this background, we have taken this initiative in organizing webinar. As a convener of this program, it is my pleasure to welcome you all. It is our privilege that we have with us today our Vice Chancellor, TNJFU, Dr. G. Sukumar, whose invaluable guidance is cherished by all of us, dynamic leader of the young university who has agreed to preside over and deliver inaugural address. On behalf of organizers and participants, I welcome you, sir. I extend my warm welcome to invited speakers for today's program. Dr. V.K. Venkatraman, former Dean and Director of Research, N.V.Sujathkumar, who is well-known fisheries biologist, my teacher and my guide. I welcome you, sir. Dr. K. Venkatraman, former Director, ISSI and Senior Scientific Consultant, NCSCM, Chennai, who is veteran scientist in the field of aquatic biology. I welcome you, sir. I extend my warm welcome to Dr. N.V.Sujathkumar, Dean, University of Kerala, and who is leading scientist in aquatic biology and ecosystem. I welcome you, sir. Dr. Sujathkumar Das, Professor and Head Department of FRM, College of Fisheries, Kolkata, well-known fisheries biologist. I welcome you, sir. I also welcome our university officers, faculty members, participants from various institutions of India, scholars and students. I welcome one and all. I wish you all very happy World Fisheries Day. Let us join together for the responsible fisheries management, and I hope today's discussion will be much useful to the scholars and students and also to the community. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, Kingston, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. B. Sundaramurthy, Dean of Fisheries College. Now welcome Dr. G. Sukumar, the Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Jail, the Fisheries University in Navapatnam, to deliver the presidential address.
Thank you, Dr. Kingston. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to be part of this national webinar on sustainable management of aquatic resources for fish production and conservation. So this program is being organized in commemoration of the World Fisheries Day. And at the outset, I would like to extend my warm wishes to every stakeholder of fisheries on this important occasion. World Fisheries Day, as we all know, is celebrated every year on the 21st of November. It is a chance for us to recognize the contribution of fisheries to humankind. See, apart from the crucial source of food and livelihood of lakhs of fish folk, fish diversity determines the health of any ecosystem in water body, including lakes, ponds, and rivers. See, the World Fisheries Day also moves towards finding solution to the increasingly interconnected problems that world is facing to follow the sustainable model. Despite the growth in aquaculture, small-scale capture fisheries will continue to supply most of the fish consumed in much of the developing world in the coming decades. The majority of these fisheries are small-scale, operating in rivers, lakes, wetlands, coral reefs, and estuaries in coastal areas and provide livelihoods for millions of people. Yet, small-scale fisheries are frequently overlooked in discussions around sustainable and equitable use of oceans, seas, and inland water bodies. See, this World Fisheries Day serves as an important reminder that we need to change the way we manage global fisheries in order to maintain stocks and healthy aquatic ecosystems. 1 in 10 people on the planet rely on fisheries and aquaculture to support their livelihoods. While the fisheries sector has made great strides in recent years in ensuring environmental sustainability of the fish that is caught, less attention has been focused on how to ensure the sector is socioeconomically sustainable, guaranteeing that all workers along fisheries' long and complex value chain have access to decent employment. Recently, United Nations study had reported that more than 2/3 of the world fisheries have been overfished or fully harvested. It's also reported that more than 1/3 fisheries are in a state of decline because of factors such as the loss of essential fish habitats, pollution, and global warming. The World Fisheries Day helps to highlight these problems and moves towards finding solutions to increasingly interconnected problems and in long run to sustainable means of maintaining fish stocks. So the Food and Agriculture Organization's 75th anniversary is being marked during a very exceptional time, as many countries are dealing with the widespread effects of COVID-19 pandemic. The World Food Day should, as a result, be considered as an opportunity to call for global cooperation and solidarity to make sure that the threats COVID-19 is posing to food security and agricultural livelihoods are confronted and most vulnerable are able to get back on their feet. It is also an occasion to sensitize the public on how everybody has a role to play in transforming our food systems by changing the way we produce, transform, consume, and waste our food. India is one of the largest fish producing countries in the world, and it shares about 7.58% in the global production. The fish production in India has registered an average annual growth of about 7.5% during the last 5 years and stood at an all-time high of 13.758 million metric tons during the year 2018-19. The success of Indian fisheries sector in recent times is worth celebrating, and it is largely due to the policies initiated by the Union government, like Blue Revolution, and being followed by PMSSY 2020. The gains of Indian fisheries sector are due to collaborative and concerted efforts of both the government as well as the private sector. It is a very vibrant and involving private sector, which has in fact led the way all through. The lives and livelihoods of our traditional marine fisheries are intertwined with oceans and seas since time immemorial. While we are concerned about enhancing fish production, conservation is also an equally important part which needs to be addressed for the stability of the ecosystem. India is blessed with a variety of unique marine ecosystems in coral reefs, mangrove forests, and seagrass beds. The estimated number of marine fish species known from India constitutes 2,443 species distributed in 230 families. India is one of the 12 mega diversity nations known for its biodiversity richness. The geographic territory of India is an integral part of Central Indian Ocean region, consisting of 3 distinct marine ecosystem zones such as the Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal, and the Indian Ocean. According to IUCN, 50 species are threatened, 6 of them critically endangered and 7 endangered, and 37 vulnerable, while 45 are near threatened. Marine fish diversity is in ever-increasing danger with depletion of resources. Overdependence on fish has led to overfishing, resulting in the dwindling of diversity and abundance of certain stocks. CMFRI has initiated marine stock assessment practices in India, and its present report in 2016 recorded a total of 709 species, which is lower than 730 species recorded in 2015 in the landings. This is an alarming situation. An alarm bell has been rung, and it is for us to really set it right. The situation demands restorative measures such as restocking, stock enhancement, and sea ranching. And overall, over and above that, it is the management practices that have to be in place involving the community. The focus is on Indian EEZ and the conservation and regulation issues we should directly be concerned with at the national level. In marine fisheries management, the term ETP, representing endangered, threatened, and protected species, is commonly used and includes certain species of sharks, rays, sea turtles, and dolphins. There is no doubt that we need to curb the unprecedented rate at which we are losing biodiversity. We know very well that nature is essential to sustain our existence on Earth. Assessments for 15,536 additional species were published in the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species in 2019. These new assessments highlighted the perilous state of freshwater fishes globally, as species continue to be threatened by the loss of free-flowing rivers, habitat degradation, pollution, invasive species, and climate change. The Mahasir, the Tor Remadevi, is one such listed as critically endangered by the IUCN. So once known as the tiger of the Kaveri rivers, it lost about 90% of its home and is confined to a very few protected streams or stretches of water in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. And we need to take some measures, at least we have to initiate during this time to protect this, which is considered as one of the pride of South India. It's our responsibility to conserve our rich biodiversity and at the same time harness our aquatic resources in a sustainable and equitable manner. So here I'm reminded of an incident that was shared by one of my friends. It is about something to do with the resources. It is one software engineer has been, he got a job in Germany and he was about to leave. And his friend in Germany had invited him that he will be just receiving him and make all arrangements for a reception, grand reception, because he was a senior to him in the college and they were good friends as well. So as this person landed in Germany, the other person, that is his senior, had welcomed him, took him to a hotel for having the lunch, a sort of reception lunch he has arranged. So while going there in a moment of enthusiasm, he has ordered so many dishes. Only few of them were there, and then so many dishes were there. They were able to only eat half of that, and rest and all was just lying on the table. And that time, the table next to theirs, a few old ladies, maybe in the range of about 60 years, they were just seeing this, and they were little unhappy over what is happening in the table next to them. And these people called the bearer, and once they said it is all done, and then called the bearer and asked for the bill. The bearer came and asked, "Sir, this is all undone. So far, so much has been lying on your table." He said, "That is it. Bring the bill," he said. The old lady from the neighboring table had just approached this fellow and asked, "My dear son, why do you waste food?" This fellow said, "No, we are not able to eat." Then she asked, "Why did you order then?" He said, "We wanted to have a big party, but no, we are not able to do." Then she said, "Then you should have been very careful about the food that you have ordered. You should not waste like that." And since the conversation was lengthy, this was, "What is your matter? It is, I mean, what is it for you? It is our money. We are ordering and we are leaving it and going. What is your problem?" He said. The lady got really annoyed, went to the counter and just, was making some complaints. And these people, when they just went to the counter to pay the bill, the manager there again came and said, "Why are you wasting your food?" This fellow said, "It is my money. What is your problem?" Then in a few minutes, this argument continued, but a uniformed officer came. Uniformed officer came and just inquired the situation. And the lady complained that these people are wasting the food. And again, this man, these guys from India just said that, it is our money we are paying. What is the problem then? And the officer said, he did not say anything initially. He just opened a term in a bill book. He gave a token for about 50 dash marks as a fine. This fellow really got astonished. Why? The money may be yours, but the resources belong to society. You cannot waste your resources. It is all, our resources, he said. So this is a clear message, and that fellow's really understood. In fact, he has, framed that token of 50 Dutch marks that he has paid as a fine as a reminder to his attitude or change of his attitude. So this is what we need to, take it from this. The resources belong to society. Even if we have a lot of things to exploit, we cannot overdo things. So this message we have to carry on this day. So we don't have the right to deplete the resources of our aquatic system. We have to leave for the next generations. So with this message, I once again wish, the organizers, I have not started with the organizers yet. Organizers, I'm really very happy for the team of this seminar. Dean, Dr. V. Sundaramurthy, and Dr. David Kingston, the Professor and Head Department of Fisheries Biology and Resource Management. You have chosen the right team for this right occasion. I'm really happy about it. I really been wishing all the organizers, my greetings on this day and my wishes that you have taken the right step towards this. And about the speakers, all are well-known people to us. Dr. V.K. Venkatramani, the academic consultant and our former dean. He has been a source of inspiration to all of us, and from whom we learned fisheries biology, population dynamics, conservation, and so on and so forth. And he was a very important person to document the resources in the Gulf of Mannar, especially those which have got the potential for ornamental fishes. And Dr. Kumar is again another friend of mine. He's a professor and dean of Department of Aquatic Biology and Fisheries Resources. And a couple of occasions we have shared even some of the platforms. And I'm sure and he's a person who can put across things so very effectively, and is the right choice again. And Dr. K. Venkatraman, former director of ZSI, he is also a well-known person to us. He has visited our college on a couple of occasions, and we are all very happy to have him also. And Dr. S.K. Das is also a known person in fisheries, and I congratulate the organizers for having chosen the right people for this occasion. On this World Fisheries Day, let us hope for this webinar and all the programs that has been organized in various constituent units of the university a very great success, and it just fulfills the purpose for which it is all arranged. And I am very privileged to inaugurate this program and wish everybody, every student, every participant, every professor, faculty, university officers, and all stakeholders, and fishermen particularly, who are the key players in fisheries, a very happy Fisheries Day. Let us just mark this day with something very useful and carry a message that will conserve our nature, the God-given nature in our tropical, rich country of ours. Thank you for the opportunity. Durai Raja, you have to unmute.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. So I express my gratitude and thank to Professor Dr. G. Sukumar sir and the Vice Chancellor and the TNTFU Nagapatnam for his wide and comprehensive speech about this means on this occasion, that is World Fisheries Day 2020, and he has given very nice speech about this the importance of fisheries and both in Indian context as well as international context, and he gave a very good message about the importance of the food fish. And yes, sir, we will take that message to our home, sir. I thank you so much, sir, for your presidential address. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. Yeah, I want to give some instruction to the participants, and kindly mute your mic and have a good power backup also. And I would like to extend my kind note to the speakers also. And we have been scheduled in time, and hope we will follow with the time. We should not running out of time. And may I request Professor Dr. V.K. Venkatramani sir to deliver his lecture on endangered marine vertebrates of Gulf of Mannar. And it is I felt very glad, and because I'm going to introduce about my speaker, that is Professor Dr. V.K. Venkatramani sir, and so he is well known to all of us because he's a very good teacher, and I felt very happy to introduce about him. And he has completed his PhD program from Anamala University, and to his capacity, he was holding various posts. So in our Fisheries College and Research Institute, he was head of the Department of Fisheries Biology and Resource Management, and later he took charge as Dean, Fisheries College and Research Institute during 2006 to 2009 and 2012 to 2013. Later also, he has took charge as Director of Research and Extension during 2010 to 2012. The Fisheries College and Research Institute and Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Science University. And he had very good experiences, around 38 years in teaching and research in the field of fishery sciences. And to his credit, he had published more than 70 research articles and more than 4 books. And he has guided around more than 30 PG and PhD graduates in the Department of Fisheries Biology and Resource Management, so during his post at NU. So presently, he is holding the position as academic consultant in the Department of Biological Oceanography, School of Ocean Science and Technology, CUFOS. So earlier also he was holding the post adjunct faculty. So over to you, sir, and so let me present the slides here. Hope the slides are visible to all the participants.
No, it's not visible.
We'll wait for a few minutes. It will, yeah. Now it is visible. Yeah.
So, Professor Dr. V.K. Venkatramani sir, over to you, sir. So, Dr. V.K. Venkatramani sir, please. Am I audible, sir? So, you are not audible.
I think Sar is not there in the meeting. Yeah, he has left, it seems.
So Dr. V.K. Venkatraman, sir, please, sir.
He is not there in the meeting. Kindly, sir, Kingston, sir, kindly contact him to join with us.
Okay, sir.
He left, it seems. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, so since Dr. V.K. Venkatraman, sir, is not in our slot. So kindly, because we are running out of time, and let us go with the Dr. B. Vijayakumar, sir, and hope so he is available. And let me introduce you about the speaker, Professor Dr. A. Vijayakumar, sir, and he is going to take the topic that is biological innovation in inland aquatic ecosystems. So actually, presently, he is holding position as professor and head Department of Aquatic Biology and Fisheries at University of Kerala, Trivandrum, and he is also holding the post of Joint Director, Center for Global Academics, University of Kerala, and he had 25 years of experience research in the field of taxonomy, biodiversity, documentation, aquatic ecology, and fisheries. And he had 21 years of experience in the teaching zoology, that is both UG and PG, and aquatic biology and fisheries. So far, he has produced 9 PhD scholars and are currently guiding 8 PhD students and one postdoctoral fellow and one MPhil fellow. So far, he has completed 18 various projects which belongs to DST, DBT, UGC, etc. And he had a post of scientific officer in the committee which has been constituted on Science, Technology and Environment, Kerala. And he worked as State Nodal Officer of National Green Corps, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. So he served as Principal Scientific Officer and Member Secretary in charge Kerala State Biodiversity Board. And he has been serving as Head of the Department, Aquatic Biology and Fisheries, University of Kerala. And he served as Member Senate, University of Kerala from 2011 to 2013. And he has been serving as Chief Editor, Journal of Aquatic Biology and Fisheries, University of Kerala. So he is also a member which has been constituted on invasive alien species by National Biodiversity Authority. And he is the life member in Marine Biological Association of India and Indian Fisheries Association and Indian Aquaculture Society, etc. So to his credit, he has published more than 115 research papers in peer-reviewed journals and 22 books and 22 chapters in books. And he had a 249 Google citation and a index 7 and a research gate score 25.65. And he has bagged so many coveted awards such as Kerala University Merit Scholarship and obtained CSIR UGC lectureship and JRF in UGC and Young Scientist Award by State Committee on Science, Technology and Environment, Kerala, and obtained 10 Best Paper Presentation Awards in various seminars programs. And he has obtained highest research grant award by University of Kerala. So with this, it is over to you, Professor Dr. Vijayakumar, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Raju sir, and let me present now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Vijay.
Namaskar, Venkatraman sir. Namaskar.
Good morning.
Namaskar, Honorable Vice Chancellor. I think the slide is visible to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor and Dean of the Fisheries College, the resource person, Dr. Venkatraman sir, and all the respected teachers, dear friends. I'm going to talk on the topic alien invasive fish and fisheries in India and current status and way forward. And this is going to be the outline of my presentation. I'll discuss about the current knowledge on invasive fish and the species involved as invasive species in India, and the current management regimes actually followed by the policy makers as well as the managers in India. And I'll specifically, since I'm talking to the students, I'll specifically focus on the research need and research gaps in this area. And also I'll discuss specifically on how we can move forward as far as management of invasive species are concerned. Okay. And let me start with the contemporary relevance of invasive alien species. And if you look at the Convention on Biological Diversity and all the biodiversity policy documents, which is available online as well as research papers, you will understand that this is the biggest threat to biodiversity globally after habitat loss. So that means if you prioritize, the order, it is the second largest threat to the aquatic biodiversity or the biodiversity in general. And there is heavy economic losses as a result of the invasive alien species. In terms of GDP, the assessment says that it is the economic loss is around 1.4 trillion per annum. It is close to 5% GDP, global GDP. Okay, and coming to the strategies and policies for the future, then we will see that this is an issue which is included in this Convention on Biological Diversity strategic goal, B. And also, if you look at the HE Biodiversity Target 2020, which we actually failed to achieve many of the things, and it also specifies that one of the priorities for biodiversity management is the management of invasive alien species, and the pathways are identified and prioritized. Okay. And if you look at the IPBES Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, which was published in 2019, and that report itself shows that the invasive alien species are one of the main direct drivers of biodiversity loss and the species extinctions. So this is the relevance of this topic. This is globally important as one of the major threats to biodiversity. Okay. And the question now is, since we are all fisheries, either working with the fisheries or fisheries teachers or graduates or the researchers, will understand that aquatic invasive fauna got very little attention compared to the terrestrial fauna, primarily because of these reasons. One, the presence is is not directly visible. Unless and until we saw some drastic changes in the ecosystem, then only we will understand that there is an issue with invasive alien species. Okay. And second issue is that there is a lack of taxonomic expertise. For example, if you look at the minor phyla or the freshwater mollusks, worms, crustaceans, and minor phyla, we have lesser taxonomic expertise compared to the other universities and other research institutions globally. And also, we have, as an ecosystem, the freshwater ecosystem gets very little attention compared to the terrestrial ecosystems. Okay. And why aquatic invasive fauna should get the priority? The reason is that there is a lot of, because we are all here as fishery scientists to promote aquaculture. At the same time, we will understand that there are a lot of illegal cultivation of invasive species happening in India. Okay, in the name of aquaculture. So that means, as a fishery managers, we have the responsibility. We have the ethical responsibility to see that the invasive species are not causing nuisance to the system, especially to the natural systems. And no confidence in the use of indigenous species. Probably I will recommend to all my young, the researchers and students here is to take up, the aquaculture research and the breeding research with indigenous species, so that we will have alternatives. No, we are living in an era where we go for aquaculture species diversification. So if you really wanted to achieve that, it cannot be met only with the species imported, but we have to promote indigenous species which are locally available and which are actually adapted to the local situations. And also, this is our own species. We have the moral responsibility to see that they are not going extinct. Okay. And another issue, even as fishery students, we seldom study in detail the invasion biology, why this happens and what is actually the process of invasion, etc. And then when we project economics, the fisheries basically works on economics. When we have economic projections, we will only go for short-term economic projections. We will not have any long-term economic projections, so that we will not understand what will be the negative implications on the ecosystem services when there is an invasive species in the natural ecosystem. And when we have a holistic picture on the economic scenario, then we never go for invasive species, particularly with any kind of a plan to culture them in the natural systems. And those who are actually interested in knowing more about the aquatic invasions and invasive species invasion biology, I will always recommend to start with a Bible. Okay, so we have a Bible. If you go for aquaculture, it is we consider Bible as the Bardak's books, and then T.B.R. Pillai. These are the classical textbooks. So if you really wanted to start with the ecology of invasions, then definitely this is the species. This is a book I recommend. Look at this book, Ecology of Invasions by Charles Elton. Okay, the classical book. And the recent book on invasion ecology by David Richardson is another classical book which we can actually begin learning invasive species. Okay, and then you need to know how the invasive species get established in an aquatic ecosystem. And see, when it is introduced, it's just like an S-shaped curve, which we usually study in biology. And when the species introduced normally in an aquatic ecosystem in one or two or in few numbers, we will not detect them. And slowly they establish slowly, and then the breeding population is established, and then they multiply in large numbers, and then we start actually seeing it. This is becoming visible in the aquatic ecosystem, and then it will establish the population in the system. So if you really wanted to manage the species, once they establish fully in the system, it's very, very difficult to manage. So the management should start actually when we start detecting them. That means in the early stage. Okay, and even when the S-shaped curve started growing up, and then the eradication is possible. Okay, but once they typically establish in the system, or when the public start knowing about their presence in the system, the eradication is rather difficult. So this is the situation, and this is the curve, invasion curve, which tells you the story how and where the management should actually begin. Okay, and then if you look at what are the issues, most of the aquatic species, invasive species, are introduced in India for the augmenting aquaculture or food security, and there are issues with health, and there are issues with the livelihood, which we will discuss in the coming slides. So there are 3 points which we need to focus. One is actually the issues related with food security, and second, health of the ecosystem, as well as health of the human species and other species involved. And third is livelihood, how it will affect the livelihood of the people who are actually involved in fisheries, because we are speaking on a fisheries day. Okay. And then if you look at the diversity of aquatic invasive fauna, and these are the groups which you will see global records. If you look at the major groups, I'm not discussing specifically every group, but the major groups which are a concern internationally. And the prominent among them definitely are fishes. Okay. And next group is mollusks, and then crustaceans, then parasitic worms. There are reports in India as well, which we will discuss, and amphibians, which is a new entrant into the aquarium trade, and turtles. Again, the very fascinating creatures in the aquarium trade in the recent past. Then coming to Indian scenario, and how many species are reported. And there may be a difference of opinion among the scientists themselves, and there are 10 species which are already established in Indian aquatic ecosystems, and there are 19 species which are suspected in the sense that a species is called invasive when the foreign species or exotic species get established in the system and started impacting the biodiversity and the ecosystem services therein. Okay, so then for the 10 species, we have confirmed the reports of their establishment and their negative impacts on the system. 19 species, they might have, for example, the famous nutter, or that might have been there in the system, but there is no confirmed scientific publication from India regarding their establishment of population and impact of biodiversity. So that is why we will see some kind of difference here. 10 species, we have established reports and published reports. 19 species, exotic species, we have reported from the natural ecosystem, but there is no proof that there may be, but we have no proof in the form of scientific publications which establish that they are a threat. Mollusks, there are few reports, but we have no documentation on the number. Crustaceans, similarly, there are many species recorded from the natural water bodies, foreign species or exotic species, but there is no correct documentation. Parasitic worms, yes, there are some reports of nematodes and cestodes and digeneans which are introduced in India through the aquarium trade and reported from the systems later on. And amphibians, a recent entry, we don't know, and the young researchers may keep an eye on the natural ecosystem, whether you will see some the ornamental amphibians in the system. And turtles, yes, there are, especially some of the smaller cute varieties of aquarium species are now reported, and including the breeding population from some water bodies in India, where some of the youngsters can take up research because we have no published information as far as India is concerned. There are reports of their occurrence in newspapers, but I am speaking about the research papers. Okay. Now, these are the 10 species which I can, with my experience, categorically say that they are invasive, because they have established a population, because they have impacted the biodiversity in general. Okay, so that is about the species. I'll just name some of them. Some of the species are quite known for the fishery students, because these are the grass carp, Tinopharyngodon idella, and then Cypanoscarpio, the common carp. But this is a major threat as far as the international waters are concerned. And then we have the Hypothalamitis mollitrix, and then Gambusia, the mosquito fish, and the common guppy, Poecilia reticulata. Then the most probably the most indigenized exotic species we can say, and that is the Mozambique tilapia, or Oreochromis mozambicus. And then we have Oreochromis niloticus, the Nile tilapia, and the ill-famous Clarias garipinus, which is not formally introduced in India, but you can see them in almost every states, and I'll come to that in detail. Okay, then we have the new entrant into the system in the natural water bodies, but they are spreading like anything, and including in Tamil Nadu, and that is the Amazon sailfin suckerfish, that is Pterygoplatis distinctivus, and the Pardalis. We have some more species. As you can see in this list, 19 species. Some of them may be invasive, but we need further studies to prove that they are invasive, etc. And if you look at them, they are either aquarium species or the species used in aquaculture. So this is the scenario which you will get from this list. Okay, I will focus my discussion on few species. For example, if you look at the management of tilapia or the Mozambique tilapia, and I am sure that there is no single water body in anywhere in South India which is rather free from the Mozambique tilapia. Okay, it is there. It is almost indigenized. So if ultimately the management of invasive species require a lot of money. So if you ask me the question whether we need go for eradication of Mozambique tilapia, my answer will be no. The reason is we have some other species where we have to give a priority, because this has become an almost indigenous species in almost all the water bodies in India. So managing them is rather difficult, but we can sustainably use them for some other purposes, including for aquaculture. Because aquaculture, we are not focusing on this species. We have Nile tilapia and gift tilapia now, and then normally with the inbreeding, their population is not recording that much of growth, which is required for the aquaculture in the recent times. Okay, so these omnivorous species are hardy. You will see them in freshwater. You will see even them even in the coastal waters. Okay, because we have few reports of them recording from the marine ecosystems in Kerala. And a lot of negative impacts are there, and the primary impact is actually they are prolific breeders, mouth brooders. They are quite hardy. So in a system, the management is rather difficult, as somebody has suggested monosex culture, but again that may not be a simple and inexpensive solution. It may be risk assessment is required in many of the aquatic ecosystems. So eradication is not going to be immediately possible because of their extensive presence in India. And Nile tilapia is a recent entry, but you will see them quite often in the aquatic ecosystems, and this is now replaced with the gift tilapia, and we have to see despite all these kind of restrictions available and how many of them are living in the natural ecosystem, we need to look. And if you look at the larger rivers in India like Ganges and Yamuna, they support local fishery now. Okay, and we need to have And the only thing which have happened in the recent past is that they have replaced fishery in major Indian rivers and reservoirs. Okay, so they replaced this fishery of indigenous species. And Cyprinus carpio, even though it is one of the most preferred cultivable fish in India, but in the natural ecosystem, they are introduced in India from Thailand in 1957. But they are very good candidate species for aquaculture. But then when they reach the exotic, in the natural ecosystem, what will be the threat to the indigenous species, particularly the cyprinids like Thor or the Mahasir, or the other species, other indigenous carps, is something to be studied in detail. That is why I said for many of these studies, we don't have sufficient background and data in the form of publications and scientific documents. So that is something which is very much required, and that is the reason why I speak this often to the students and young researchers. You need to take it up, and then you need to have a background data on the possible impact of this species on the ecosystem. But this is a river in Kerala called Karamana River, and we have a famous temple here, Arvikara, where the pilgrims used to feed the fish. And this is a fish which the pilgrims considered as sacred, and you will see this sacred fish in many of the water bodies in India. And this is nothing but the Thor species, yet to be finalized, but probably maybe Kudri, Thor Kudri. But you can see this the Cyprinus carpio competing with them, and I have some the underwater videos as well, which show that they compete with the indigenous Mahasir, and in many places they started replacing the populations of the indigenous Thor. Because they are heavy competitors, and then definitely they have already established breeding populations, and then they definitely compete with the indigenous species. Okay. And coming to the next one, the guppy. The guppy, of course, is many of the people, including the scientists, they consider them as non-problematic. But the issue is not with the guppy, but the way in which they feed. Okay, they are omnivorous, no issue, but they are present in critical ecosystems, and that is very, very important. For example, we have documented the presence of guppy populations from the Western Ghats, 1,000 meters above the mean sea level. So there is an issue, because that is actually the hotspot of endemism as far as freshwater fishes are concerned. There they compete with the local species for food and the space, and they are live bearers. Actually, in India, we don't have any live bearer. So it is an easy situation for win-win situation for the guppy to establish the populations. And Kolkata municipality, as probably Dr. Venkatraman also knows, they have extensively using guppy for eradication of mosquito larvae. But the issue is that we have indigenous species like the Aplocheles, like the Cupanus, Macropodus. And then these species are very, very effective. But only thing is that we don't have a ready-made stock or standardized technology to produce them in mass and distribute to the municipalities or the health service people to eradicate the system. So that is where we need to have some kind of the prioritization for research in order to make the indigenous species available for the health workers and the management people. Okay. And the FAO also consider them as a biological pollutant, primarily because they are voracious egg feeders. They feed prolifically the eggs of the indigenous species, and that is why they are something to be observed and managed and seriously studied. So that is the advantage with the guppy population for establishing the population in the systems outside its natural range. Another species which is again introduced for controlling mosquito larvae is Gambusia. Nobody has actually studied in India what is their the population potential, their impact on the indigenous species, etc. But definitely, because they are serious competitors with common bards or cyprinids, so they may pose issues with the indigenous species. Particularly, they compete for space as well as food. Okay, mosquito larvae. Then this species is something which we need to manage and ultimately put a ban. Primarily because if you look at the reservoirs in Tamil Nadu, all the reservoirs along the Western Ghats, where we have recently concluded a study, and there are no reservoir without this fish. And that is the scenario. And in many of these situations, they have already totally replaced the indigenous species. They are potentially dangerous because they are carnivores, even though in the records you will see them as omnivores. But in a system where there is no other food available, they feed on almost everything, including birds. Okay. And in many of our own water bodies, they are highly degraded. That makes them makes the situation ideal. Many of the natural, the indigenous fishes may not survive. At the same time, the exotic species may survive. So another thing is that they have no potential predators. Okay, and then they also can crossbreed with another endangered species in India, the Clarias dusumeri. You may have read them as or studied them as Clarias batrachus in the literature, but now the recent taxonomy says that Clarias batrachus is a species limited to Southeast Asia, and what you see in India is actually Clarias dusumeri. Okay. And the issue here with the species is their presence in protected areas and key biodiversity areas in India. Okay, and then there are the only possibility is manually removing them, and this is urgently required as far as India is concerned. And if you look at this, I don't know whether the video will work. No, this video is not working anyway. So this is the way in which the species is cultivated in India. But definitely it's a good species for aquaculture because very hardy and you can feed them with anything. Now the high protein food material is available, and this is a scene from Bengal. They can breed them very easily, and also their growth rate is quite fast, and they survive like anything, where no other fishes will survive. So their growth rate is very high. But the problem is that not their ability to grow fast and adapt well. But the issue is that when they reach the natural ecosystem, they behave almost in the similar manner. So that makes the management a Herculean task. As you can see, their number, they can be stocked with very high intensity, and in many other systems, this is an intensive system. But at the same time, many of the local farmers, they feed them with the chicken waste and grow them in the local habitat. Okay. So I'm not going into the details. As you can see here, they are prolific breeders, and they survive in any kind of a system. Okay. Then coming to the food spectrum of this fish, which is actually a study which we have not published so far. We are going to publish, and that study from the Matupatti Reservoir in the Western Ghat. This is in Idukki district, and the study shows that their food primarily involves fish, okay, and the crustaceans. That means it's actually a danger for the local or indigenous fish. And if you look at the international publications, and many of the publications, consider them birds, fish, and insects as the major food material for this fish, which shows the potential threat for this species. And we have a very interesting scenario again, which is our new publication, which the study which we have done in the Matupatti Reservoir in Idukki district of Kerala. And now the situation is that this reservoir has only 2 exotic species, okay, invasive species, and one is African catfish and the other is Cyprinus carpio. And then how do they survive? They actually have a very interesting scenario where the the Clarias feeds on Cyprinus carpio, their young ones, and the Clarias in turn feeds on the eggs of the African catfish. So we have a hypothesis here, when in a resource scarce ecosystems like reservoir with multiple invasive species, the invasive species not only feed on the indigenous food items available, but also feed on each other to ensure survival. So this is some kind of a melting down scenario here, where only exotic species are available in many of the critical ecosystems, where a lot of indigenous and endemic species are reported once, but we have no other choice. So this is a scenario. Okay. And another very interesting species is the sailfin armored catfish, popularly known in aquarium trade as sucker catfish. Okay. But we have several species recorded from India, and some of the identifications are still confusing. But this is the one which is introduced in aquarium trade. As many of you are aware, these species are brought to the aquarium, home aquarium, as very small specimens, and they grow larger in the sense 1 to 1.5 feet in length. So you cannot manage in the aquarium. What you do, you are not actually ready to kill the fish. Then you simply introduce them into the aquatic water bodies, or into any of the water bodies. And then they establish there very quickly. And you can see many of the wetlands in Kolkata and majority of the wetlands in Kerala are now almost fully occupied with this fish. It is not a carnivorous fish. It is a detritivore basically, but they have a very high invasion potential. And the ecosystem services and degradation are impacted. Ecosystem degradation is very high with this kind of a species. And also there is, the fisherman's job is also impacted because they are with a very hardy skin, and they have a very strong pectoral fin, and many the fishing gears are often damaged. And in Trivandrum, many of the local water bodies, the fishermen stopped fishing primarily because they cannot put the net in, because you will get only the sucker catfish, which is of no local demand. Okay, and also it can survive outside water for almost 24 hours if they are wet. And in India, the scenario is that they have no potential predators. In the Amazon range, where they naturally live, they have the predator in the form of the crocodiles, which is no more available in the Indian system. And this is how they breed. Again, a publication which we are going to bring out, and you can see they make burrows in the banks of the rivers, and the female lay egg and guard the egg, and almost 100% survival. And this is how they breed. And very interesting breeding cycle, and it also destabilizes the banks, the river banks, in many of the cases. Okay, and we also did some molecular taxonomy work for identifying the species involved in India, and you can see that these species are distinguished. For example, this is Trigoplitis pardalis, and this is distinctivus. They are distinguished based on the abdominal pattern markings here. But when we did the study, there are a lot of overlapping markings, so we could not identify the species. And when we did the molecular study, it is actually 100% aligned with a series of species. So this is an indication that whatever species which established in India may be the hybrids of several species established through the aquarium trade. Okay, so they may have more vigors. We did the population dynamics as also the species, and the population dynamic studies using the virtual population analysis shows that if you really wanted to manage the species, you have to remove the young ones, because removing the adult may not be possible. So if you wanted to remove, you catch the young ones and remove it. So that is the only way in which you can manage the species. So this is the result of this population analysis says. And if you look at some of the species, for example, Periyar Tiger Reserve, where we have almost eight endemic species, but there you will see 4 established exotic species. So this is a very, very critical scenario where the hotspots, key biodiversity areas are rich in exotic species. Okay, it's very, very strange scenario, particularly a threat to manage the species. So this is water body. You cannot actually put in chemicals. You cannot put in nets, because a lot of indigenous species are also there in the system. So that is the reason why management is very, very important. And those who are interested to carry forward the study definitely have to do some analysis whether the grass carp, silver carp, and other trouts are already established, and whether they can be called as invasive in some of the systems. They are good candidate species for aquaculture, but in a natural system, what they are going to do is something to be studied. These are some of the species which are there in the media as exotic species present in the system, etc., blah blah. But we have no scientific documents. So as fishery students, many of you are fishery students in the group here. So I will advise you, rather than stating that they are a danger, you need scientific evidences to show whether they are already established in the system or whether they are actually posing threat to the natural ecosystem and ecosystem services. These are the things which we need to consolidate research and findings. Okay. And we are also doing some the modeling studies to prove what would be the scenario in future with regard to the invasive species. So this is a modeling study using Maxent, and this shows that some of the species may pose a lot of threat to the Western Ghat biodiversity in future, some of the species. And at the same time, some of the species may not be a problem. For example, if you look at this graph, you'll see that the Oreochromis, this is there throughout Kerala. It's almost there in almost all the ecosystems there. At the same time, it is not a major threat. At the same time, if you look at some of the species, like the Ostronymous gaurami, the giant gaurami, it is not going to be a threat primarily because it is limited to some of the coastal areas here. So in future, this is not going to be a major problem. Okay, so with this kind of modeling studies, we can establish and predict what is going to be by correlating with the climatic scenario and future predictions on climate change, we can very well say what would be the future scenario with regard to the invasive species and how do we go for management. Okay, And if you look at the indigenous species versus the invasive species in the Western Ghats, which is a biodiversity hotspot, you will see that there is richness of invasive species in the Western Ghat area. And this is again a species, the paper which we have in press, which shows the distribution of the invasive species in the Western Ghat region all along Kerala coast and including some part of the southern Western Ghats. Okay. And this is the exotic species, and you can see that many of the exotic species are recent additions in Kerala, primarily because the floods in 2018 and 2019 released large number of aquarium fishes from the farms in the Western Ghats to the natural water bodies, and they are there, but we don't know whether they are invasive. Okay. And then we also did some kind of an analysis to find out species richness in different hydro basins, because each river has several hydro basins, and we have seen that some of the species are high in species diversity in the Western Ghat region, which is a biodiversity hotspot. So hydro basin based approach is another thing which we can again think. Then if you look at the pathways, how these invasive species find their way into India, you can see that a major reason definitely is aquaculture. Then we have the aquarium trade, mosquito control, and then sport fishing, and from the garden ponds. So you can see that majority of the fishes finally reach the system through the aquarium trade. As you can see, the blue part represents the aquarium trade. So the major contributor to the invasive species presence in the Indian water bodies is aquarium trade, not aquaculture. Aquaculture is only 19%. Okay, and the remaining you can see in the graph. So that's the main pathway for introduction. And some parasitics, monogenetic parasites are also reported from India, including some nematodes. We have recorded a nematode from the eels in the natural water bodies of India. And last phase of my lecture is management of invasive species, and what you manage, how are you going to manage, and for management, the prerequisite is the knowledge on the distribution and abundance, as well as their biology. Okay. And second, in order to impress the policy makers, you need to do some the economic analysis and the environment analysis to showcase what is the quantum of economic loss and what is the quantity of the environmental damages caused by this species. And also, if you are doing with the marine species, then the ballast water is one of the major sources, and we need to have better ballast matter management strategies. And also you need to promote business. Business is not actually just recording an invasive species, but to find out how they behave in the natural system, what is their biology, etc., etc. And also we have a series of laws, but there should be a specific legal measures to control these species. And this is the science-based management cycle, where we need the first priority definitely will be to prevent rather than manage the species after its establishment. And there is surveillance and early detection. We need better technologies to find out their presence in the early stage. And then if you detect them, then go for an early management, early response action, and finally management. And then you review the progress of management, etc. So this is a management cycle involving invasive species. Okay. And in the educational institution, in the curriculum, we need to study more about invasion biology and invasion ecology. There should be awareness program, and this is something probably we have to introduce the role of citizen scientists. That means the common scientists, the fishermen, they have to be involved in data collection, and so that our database will be very, very stronger. And we can also observe an invasive species day, so that people will be aware of their negative implications and things like that. And there are some incidences in the foreign countries where the people are given with the mobile applications, so that wherever they are, they can record the presence of the invasive species in water bodies, and then we can form a larger database. And then a compilation of information on invasive aliens. These are the things which is required. So if you look at the role of science in managing the invasive species, and then we need to involve society, and we need to develop a policy. Then only, ultimately will help in managing the invasive alien species in India. Okay, so we need synergy between science and the society in order to manage the species. So these are the areas where you can do the research, especially the youngsters. A lot of information is needed. One is ecological risk assessment, and then economic and social implications of this. This is another thing required. Then economic and climate change implications on this. Modeling studies you can do, and if you are doing with marine species, then you can go for research related to ballast water management, etc. And then molecular tools are there for identifying the species early stage, including environmental DNA. Then you can work on indigenous species to replace invasives. That is an area where the young fisheries graduates can work. And also, the way in which we do research that should be prioritized. And our priority definitely should be to prevent the spread of the diseases. So just documenting the impact and their presence is not enough. What is required is actually we need to go for early detection. We need to do research on control measures and cost in managing the species, rather than simply going for recording the species. And in order to impress the policy makers, again, we have to prioritize the research. You have to do the economic analysis and impress the policy makers that this is an issue to address. Okay, so this is another thing which we need to do. We have new technologies like environmental DNA. You need not, sometimes finding out the species is rather difficult in a very critical ecosystem where you are not sometimes allowed to fish. Here, you can very well go for environmental DNA and environmental DNA. Just take a few liter of water and sieve it and then detect the DNA. So the DNA, the presence of the aquatic animals, their DNA can be detected by metabarcoding. And this is something which probably we have to focus our attention. I think in India, research in this line has just begun, and we are also planning something similar to that. And we have modern technology available, like the simple device like this Genex, where we have in a small contained device like this, you can detect the presence of the invasive species from the water itself, not by taking the finding the fish there. There are limitations, but this is a possibility. Then we can engage citizen scientists, so the so-called parataxonomists, to document them, involve local people in finding out data, collecting data, etc. This is something which in India we have to again follow. As far as regulation is concerned, we have a series of regulation and legislations available, which definitely we have to improve upon. But there is nothing specifically for the invasive species, but some other things address the issue, including, as you are aware, the Coastal Aquaculture Authority Act, which of course put a lot of management strategies for Deletopenes, Panami, and gift tilapia. Similarly, for any other species, we need a better management plan. A lot of policy publications are also available in India, which of course demand for quarantine as well as management of this exotic species coming to India. Okay. And there are some policy documents brought out by the NBFGR and other related institutions. But the thing is that all these policy documents remain as paper, not put into practice. And that is where we need some kind of positive interventions, either through the Biological Diversity Act or the Biodiversity Authority, where the invasive species management will be given a priority, so that we will have more and more information readily available on their impact, and also the way in which we address the issue. And if you look at the biodiversity management action plan in 2000, published by Biodiversity Authority in 2014, there are some specific directions. For example, they are demand for national system for regulation, domestic quarantine measures, intersectoral linkages, national database, early warning and awareness system, priority funding, which never happened because we are doing the invasive species research by spending money from our own pocket. No, okay. And then capacity building and fisheries managing invasive species, restorative measures, and then uniform quarantine measures. Many things are there in paper and policy document, but none of them are actually put into practice. So this is where we need again some kind of lobbying and pressure to make the authorities work for this managing the species. Okay. And then we need to prioritize species. We have 10 species or 15 species, but we cannot manage everything all of a sudden, and because it involves a lot of money. So we have to prioritize which are the species in India which require urgent interventions, and for that we need prioritization. And then you utilize all the regulatory measures which is already available and put them into practice. So some kind of management is definitely going to be possible. Then this environmental impact classification of alien taxa is something which is recently published by IUCN, maybe last year. And then they also include a different classification, just like the red listing of species. So they put the species as massive, major, moderate, which are actually harmful, very harmful. So that means when you go for prioritizing the invasive species management, we can always prioritize these harmful species. which impact the system massively, and the major impact and moderate impact, we can always give priority. Okay, so this kind of a priority, if you work with this kind of a system called environmental impact classification of alien species, is called the EICAT or EISAT. You can definitely prioritize the species in management. And we have, when we have a policy discussion in National Biodiversity Authority of India, I have suggested another management measure right from the Biodiversity Management Committee at the Panchayat or the village level to the state level to the national level, where at the national level we can have an invasive species management council, which may take up the action of invasive species management, not only in aquatic system, but in other systems where it is a major threat. So this kind of a governance system is also maybe good in managing the species. Okay, and we also need better publications so that this is the information is readily available. Some databases are already globally available. This is called the Global Register of Introduced and Invasive Species, GBIF, and the data is available. Those who are interested, and we have actually added a list of fishes there in this database. The fishes, some corrections are required, but still it's a relatively better database, which will provide you the data of all the introduced species in India. Okay, so this GBIF database you can definitely use. Okay, and then if you look at, interestingly, when I was asked to make a presentation on this topic, I searched the research literature. And for those students who are actually beginning to go for publication, I always recommend you not to go for predatory journals. You always publish in better journals, say indexed in Scopus or the UGC approved the CARE listed journal, so that you will have better visibility. And that's a service which you can do to science as well. So when I searched the Scopus, I have seen that from India, there are not many publications on invasive alien species in the last 10 years. Okay, and many other species, many of these topics actually work on the environmental issues and agricultural issues connected with the invasive alien species. So if you look at the data, then you will see that from 2018 onwards, there is increase in the number of publications, but this is not enough as far as a larger mega biodiverse countries like India is concerned. So we need a lot of publications as a database to follow. And some other databases like Indian Biodiversity Portal also provide you some data on invasive alien species, and the IUCN Global Invasive Species Directory also provide you with some data. And Global Register of Introduced and Invasive Species is another database which is available globally to document the species. So if you really go for a management strategy, we need to have a better management strategy and a better plan of action so that the invasive species biology is better known, and we can stop the invasion of invasive alien species. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Professor Dr. N.V.Sujathkumar, sir, I take this opportunity to thank for completing your speech within a stipulated time, and you gave a very good elaborative speech on what is the indigenous species and exotic species and invasive alien species. And being the member of expert committee on IAS constituted by NBA, it's quite a very good speech upon this topic, sir. I extend my thank to you, sir.
Thank you.
So I request participants, now it is open for discussion, and let me give you 5 minutes. Kindly post your questions in the chat box. If it is available, then sir will answer the comments. So participants are requested to post your comments in the chat box. If any doubts. We are already running short of time, so kindly take the note. Participants are requested to put your comments or questions in the chat box. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I think there are no more questions. And if it is there also, please put in the chat box, and we will take back to you.
There is one question
Yes,
put by Mr. Suresh. can we have a genetic method to control invasive species? To be frank, no. The genetic tools are used for detecting their presence in the natural systems. That is one. And second, of course, the monosex tilapia is one method suggested to control, tilapia, where some genetics is involved. But as such, there is no genetic method of control, because it may going to be counterproductive sometimes, especially when we play with genes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir,
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Sir, and I request that is speakers please adhere to the time. And so next speaker, I would like to request scientist Dr. K. Venkatraman sir to give speech to deliver speech on management of coral reefs. So I take this opportunity to give introduction about him. And he has started his career as Cladoceran taxonomist in School of Biological Science, Madurai Kamarajar University, and he has been worked in various organizations. So we can list out the number of organizations, but here there is Bombay Natural History Society and the School of Energy, Environment and Natural Resources (NKU), and National Biodiversity Authority, and the Laws of Ecology Authority, and Zoological Survey of India, and Calcutta, and even he was the director of that Zoological Survey of India, and the NCSEM in various capacities. So presently he is working as senior scientific consultant in there is the National Center for Coastal Management, Anna University campus in Chennai. And he has gained 37 years of research experiences in faunal diversity studies. And he had served 27 years at Zoological Survey of India in various capacities. And he has served as secretary in there is the National Biodiversity Authority, Chennai, from the day of inception, 2009 as well. And he was worked as member secretary of Laws of Ecology, and from 2007 to 2010. And he is a gold medalist in graduate zoology, and he is a recipient of Fellow of Zoological Survey, Kolkata, and Fellow of Society of Reef Studies, and Fellow of Madras Science Foundation, Chennai. And he has received a credential certified by PADI, that is the Professional Association of Diving Instructors from Australia. And he had an opportunity of diving in the Great Barrier Reef, Australia, and he has participated in 14th Indian expedition to Antarctica, organized by Government of India. And he conducted a holistic study on the coral reef ecosystem, specifically in Gulf of Mannar region and Pog Bay, Gulf of Kutch, and Laccadives and Andaman group of Nicobar Islands. And he has published there is identification of manual for coral reef also. And he handled 100 in-house research program and more than 41 grants in aid project with the financial support from World Bank and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and DST and Ministry of Earth Science and ISRO, Ministry of Defense, etc. And he has built very good rapport with the international bodies like UNESCO, IUCN, UNDP, and GEF. There is a Global Environment Facility and Indian Coral Reef Monitoring Network, and the European Union, and the FAO, and Bombay District Natural Society, and the Queensland Museum, and the ICZM, and Bay of Bengal large marine ecosystem sites even. So I thank you, sir. And one more, it is over to you, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Kindly give permission to take my presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Proceed, sir.
So have you given permission? It's not.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is given, sir. Please proceed with the slide, sir.
No, I've gone to the slide.
It is not visible, sir. You are audible, but the slides are not visible.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
It's not opening.
Yes, sir. You are audible, but your slides are not visible, sir.
It is opened already.
Okay, sir.
What shall I do? Shall I send it to you now?
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
So to which address I should send?
To durairaja@tnfu.ac.in, sir.
One second.
Put it in the chat box. Put it in the chat box.
Wait.
What is that? Durai Raj.
Yes, sir. Durairaja.
Okay. Durai Raja?
Durairaja@tnfu.ac.in, sir.
What is that? Durai Raja?
Durairaja. So kindly see the chat box.
Okay. I don't know. It was not given permission. Durai Raja
Yes, sir. Durairaja. No, sir.
at
tnfu.ac.in, sir.
For you it is easy, sir. For me, I have to see.
Okay, sir.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not a problem, sir.
Just a minute. I'll have to send it and then take it. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's not a problem, sir. We wait for you, sir.
1 minute, sir. Just 1 minute. It is already there, but why it is not opening, I don't know. At times it happens.
Yes, sir. Technically, sir.
Oh, technical problems. I don't know what technical problem it has got.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now it is PPT. I am forwarding it to you.
Okay, sir.
Durai Raja.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I have forwarded now.
Okay, sir.
It will be reaching in seconds. Now I will start with the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Normally it doesn't happen.
Yes, sir. Still, I haven't received your mail, sir. Yes, sir. I received your mail. Wait for a minute, sir.
Okay.
Participants are requested to wait for a minute.
To open, sir?
Yes, sir. Now I received, sir. Please wait 30 seconds, sir.
Okay, then I'll start. By the
Yes,
time.
sir. Yes.
So, respected Vice Chancellor Dr. Sukumar, respected Dr. Sundaramurthy, Dean, Organizing Secretary Dr. David, Coordinator Dr. Durai Raju, my dear friend Dr. Venkatramani, Dr. Biju, and my dear friend Dr. S.K. Das. Today, we are very happy to meet on the World Fisheries Day 2020. I'm also very happy that I've been given a chance to participate in this. Actually speaking, first speaker, Dr. Venkatramani, who is supposed to speak on endangered vertebrates of Gulf of Mannar. Before that, the invasion started by Dr. Biju. So this invasion, we have been talking the invasive species for the past 25 years. Nothing has happened. This is what my experience when I was in National Biodiversity Authority, tried our level best. The whole country spoke about invasive alien species, and we have been talking about management of coral reefs also. Kindly enlarge the slide, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is done.
It is not done. It is still. And can you go to the next slide? Because I can't change the slide now.
Yes, sir.
That is why I didn't want to send you the slides.
Yes, sir.
So every time I have to ask you because I want to go very fast.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Now kindly enlarge the slide first. It is not enlarged. This is a very small one. Now it is becoming bigger. So what is happening now
Just a minute, sir.
in our country is business as usual. We just know, talk about it for a long time, and there is no action taking place at all levels. This is what my
So now the slides are visible, sir.
slide visible, but it is a smaller one, smaller version, not that enlarged one. Presentation is not there.
Put it on slideshow mode. Put it on slideshow mode.
He's trying his level best to put it on slideshow mode. Oh God, this technology is really.
Now it's getting ready, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir. It's coming, sir.
okay, next slide.
Okay, sir.
We have only one ocean, but there is no boundary wall made around the sea territory by any nation in the world. So India does not have a wall around our country in the sea. Next one. All the scientific advancement what we have achieved so far is creating more destruction to marine biodiversity than it is helping. We destroyed more coral reefs than created coral reefs, and they are all becoming more and more endangered day by day. Next one. So that is why we want to talk about the coral reef management. So importance of coral reef, I don't have to explain to you. They are very important because we get a lot of economic value, and at the same time it is used as a carbon sink. Next one. So coral reef conservation and management, what we do so far, is it sufficient? How long these coral reefs will be there? Because India is protected in the north by Himalaya, and all the other sides, it's only coral reef protecting the country as a China wall. So how much damage we are doing? Next slide. So when you see that, we have 29.2% of land mass and ocean basin, ocean ridges, continental platforms, continental shelf. So some coral reef is present only on the shallow waters, and there are coral reefs, there are corals available in the deep water. Next one. So the history of marine research started long ago, once upon a time, when we were all hunters and gatherers. So there was no problem for all these coral reef or any other organisms, fish we talk about. So there was an exploration, trade and marine. And this, next slide please. So the study of ocean started 2000 BC. Next slide. So you can go very fast. So in the Middle Ages, several Roman Empire, Arab, and so many people started working on the marine organisms. Next please. Next slide. So the age of exploration between 1480 and 1610, many people started going out of their land, and then they started going. So don't go back to the slide. When you go up, then please go. The age of discovery started when Columbus came out, and Balboa. Next one. Several people know the age of discovery, the Magellan, he also came out, and then he started discovering several new worlds, and they started working on the sea. Next one. So the voyage, early Chinese also they worked, Europeans worked, and we in India, all Tamilians, we have done several of these voyages, but it was not at all mentioned anywhere in the history. Next. So Valdivia expedition, mainly to conduct studies on the fishes and other animals. Next one. Next slide. So there are a lot of publications available on these expeditions. Dana expedition. Next. Next. I just want to tell you that there were so many of these expeditions happened, and lot of data has been collected, but still we are working on this Swedish deep sea expedition. Next. This is post World War II. There is a Danish expedition, Galatea expedition happened in our waters. Next one. See that this is a result of deep sea Galatea expedition. Crustaceans have been found. Next one. And mollusca and gastropoda, taxonomical notes of typical deep water in the Albatross expedition. So there are a lot of information available on our sea. What about the management? Next one. So much has been found. So International Indian Ocean Expedition happened in 1959 to 65. So the lot of data has been collected. Where are those data? Are we using our data? The Tamil Nadu Fisheries Department, there are a lot of information packed in this information and this department. Next one. How much these informations have been used? 20th century, lot of discoveries has happened. German expedition, United States National Ocean Survey, National Oceanographic Atmospheric Administration has done so much of research. Next. You can go fast. 20th century discoveries are plenty. I don't want to go into the details of these. Next one. So next slide, please. So first, Jacques started these underwater studies. Bathyscope were invented. Lot of information now is available. Next one. Technology has improved like anything. Next, deep sea drilling project, and then ocean drilling programs. Next one. So a lot of development has taken in the studies of ocean. Next one. So this is a very important thing for coral reef management. Jacques Cousteau has invented scuba diving during the World War II. So after that, the coral reef studies have started at different shape. Next one. Underwater studies were done so different places of the world. Next. So there are a lot of discoveries. After that, Captain James Cook, Charles Darwin, Benjamin Franklin. Next one. So a lot of information is available on this, but no one is bothered about this information. Next one. We always know again and again spend a lot of money. The Vasco da Gama came to India. He also did so much to our marine studies. Next one. So next, please. So Linnaean expedition after Indian Ocean 1803. Next, please. I just want to give you the glimpses of what happened so far. This Challenger expedition gave a lot of information to us. Next one. The John Murray expedition. Number of books are still available in Zoological Survey of India. How much is there? What is the baseline information on the marine biodiversity, fish biodiversity in India? Nobody has bothered. Next one. See, this John Murray expedition is one of the world famous expeditions. We have collected so much of information from Indian seas. Next one. Then our investigator one before the First World War in 1881. Next. Then this Mahabis expedition. Next. During the Second World War, the investigator 2. So it's after the First World War, these investigator studies were happened in India. Next one. Lot of information is still available on deep sea brachyura. Next. Investigator information is so much available in our country. Next one. But these informations are not at all used. So I know many of you must be knowing this symbol. These foreigners, they came to India. Next one. There are 6 different countries they came to India and then collected so much of our knowledge from our country. Next. This knowledge is still available. All of us know about this Madras Government Museum, which is commonly called as Chetta College in Chennai. So the first marine biological laboratory was made in Kursade Island. And this is one of the famous places where a lot of information is still available, but nobody cares for this information. Next one. You see, these are all the different persons. They worked in this Madras Museum, and then they collected so much of information. Whatever you want to know about our past history, the information is available in the Madras Museum. All the students, fishery students, should go to this Madras Museum and Calcutta Museum and see what has been done. Next one. So these are all the different scientists, amongst which this Balfour was the first person who made this Madras Museum. And the Thomas Satyamurthy has made several publications on marine fishes and fisheries and related organisms which are available in the sea. Next one. So Alfred William Alcock is the major person who has done work on the coral reefs of India, and also R.B.S. Sewell and also Thurston. These are all the important people. They have done a lot of studies on Gulf of Mannar and other coral reefs of India. Next one. So these are the different expeditions what we had in our country. I don't want to go into the details of these expeditions, but next very important one is next one. These are the people, they are the marine surveyors. They are called surgeon naturalists. They came to India in the ship and then they conducted so much of research, of which this Lieutenant Colonel Alcock and R.B.S. Sewell, they are very important. My Professor Krishnaswamy, Vice Chancellor of Madurai Kamaraj University, worked under R.B.S. Sewell in Southampton University. Next one. So much of research is available. In 1784 in India, Asiatic Society of Bengal was made. Before that it was called Royal Society. Then Marine Survey of India was there. Then this Marine Survey of India merged with Zoological Survey of India, which was started in 1916. There's so much of information is available on the marine biodiversity. We are having the plenty of biodiversity in the whole of the world. This Pacific or Atlantic, Indian Ocean has got the maximum biodiversity on corals or any other species, whatever you think of. Next one. So this is very important. India has done so much of research during the Mughal period. You can see that a person is being, sent to the deep water in a bottle, and then they collected so much of information. And during the 16th century. Next one. So marine science originated in India. If I tell this, you will not believe. So the next slide will tell you during pre-Vedic time. Next slide. So actually, you don't underestimate our older generation. They got their education without the help of Google or Wikipedia. The present generation totally rely on these media. But our forefathers, next slide, even before any of you have thought about it, they said about the Samudra Manthan. This is origin of plants and animals. The second one is the origin of man through Dasavadaram. And the third one is conservation of all these biodiversity. Next slide. So this Samudra Manthan is churning of the ocean. Asuras and Devas, when they churned the ocean, all animals and plants, all these came into the earth. This is what our forefathers they believed. That is what the evolution says. The next slide shows Dasavadaram, how human came into existence, how originated, how we evolved. That is what our forefathers have told already, even before the modern scientists talk about it. Next one, how do we conserve? So how do we manage? So this is what in Chidambaram temple, this is called Sthala Vriksham, is a mangrove. Ixocoria agalocha is the mangrove plant which is being protected. This is the Sthala Vriksham of this temple because the local king, when he was having this leprosy, he has been cured with this plant. So our forefathers protected all these animals and plants in the name of God. Next one. So there are several Nandavanam wherein we protect several of these plants and animals. Next, please. So we have a lot of temples and then we have this temple tower. This temple tower is next one is meant only for conservation. How it is being conserved? All these kalasam they have this Navadanyam. When there is any calamity, any tsunami, anything has happened, this Navadanyam will fall down and then sprout, and then the humanity will be saved. This is what our forefathers have planned. Next one. So the conservation is very, very important. What modern studies, what we do is only a small modification of what our forefathers have done. Next one. This is what the coral reef management challenges. Sitting on a buffalo, thinking that we are traveling on an elephant. See, this actually business as usual. There is nothing is being added for the management of coral reef because they are surviving, because it is surviving. That's all. Next one. What do we have to do? So this is the first person, Rink is the person who has done first studies of coral reef in 1819 in India, especially in Nicobar Islands. Next one. So after that, several persons have worked. This is RBS, Sewell, Annandale, and so many others. Coral reef studies started by Zoological Survey of India directors. Next one. So India is a wonderful country. We have all different ecosystems, what is available in the world. We have mangrove, we have seagrass, we have all different types of marine ecosystem, coral reef ecosystems, and whatnot. We are really blessed by the nature with having all different ecosystems available in our country. Next one. So India ranks 7th in the world in coral reef. Next one. We are ranking 4th in the mangrove species in the world. Next one. Yes. 7th in the world. Next one, please. Next slide. Next. So seagrass, we are fourth ranking country in the world. Next one. Because we have plenty of seagrass, 14 different species are there. Marine fish, India stands. Next slide. India ranks 4th in the world. Next one. So we have plenty of these resources available. So estimates, if you estimate, India is the country where we have more than 21,000 species available, marine species. When compared to the terrestrial species, it is 1.8 million has been named so far, of which 3 lakh species have been estimated, of which 1 lakh species have been named as a marine species. Of the 1 lakh, India has got 21,000 species available till today. So far we have identified. Next one. Next, please. Next. So if you just take a drop of water, this much of microbes are available protists, bacteria, archaea, and virus. So this is what what we have in the ocean. What we have found so far is very, very little. So much of research is to be conducted. Before we conduct, several of these animals are disappearing. Next one, please. So there are key oceanic regions are there. Most species are available in Australia, China, Indo-West Pacific, and India. So actually, India should be having more number of species because we are not doing research on several species. So far, 37 phyla has been known. Of these 37 phyla, 24 are marine and 12 are exclusively marine. How much are we doing? There are a lot of studies going on fishes, and lot of studies are going on crustaceans where we have economic value. Next one. So 21,000 species in the whole of Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. India is the country where we have lot of species identified so far. Next one. So this is what our biodiversity, marine biodiversity, will go next. Next, please. We have to go faster. So when we come to the coral reef, next one. Coral reefs are very important. They are very small animals. Many people, they do not know whether it is an animal or a plant. When some people thought that it's a plant because it is very hard and it is tree-like. Next one. So these coral reefs are living with the zooxanthellae. That is the one which is producing oxygen for them. There are a lot of importance. I'll just show you in my next slides. Next one. So 25% of the protein comes from the coral reef for the coastal population. So this is very important. Today being a fisheries day, we need to know that this protein is coming from the coral reefs only. If the coral reefs are not there, this protein is not available to the local population. Next one. These coral reefs are home for 30,000 plants and animals. Say, for example, in Gulf of Mannar, you are going to listen to Dr. Venkatramani, the vertebrates. So this is mainly because this many plants and animals are living in this Gulf of Mannar area when compared to Florida coast where it is only 1,000 species. Next one. This is a new frontier for research. Any of these fisheries students, they want to become a millionaire like Microsoft man. They have to take up research on these marine organisms. Then they can become richest among all of us. Next one. There are a lot of scope for this marine research. Coastal population, they are depending on this. Starting from Chennai to Kanyakumari, more than 25,000 trawlers are operating. And the coastal population dependency is very much important in these areas. Next one. So these coral reefs, they protect the shoreline. This is during this 2004 tsunami, how these fishing boats have come onto the shore. So this is mainly because the coral reefs were completely damaged. They protect the whole country as a China wall around our sea. So in India, it is protected in the north by Himalaya. But all the other three sides, it is like a China wall. Our country is being protected by coral reef. So in Chennai, there was a continuous coral reef existed from Madras Harbour to Madras Harbour to Mahabalipuram. Original shoreline of Chennai was 35 kilometers away from the present day shoreline, and there was a continuous coral reef existed from Madras Harbour to Mahabalipuram. This has been completely destroyed by local fishermen by fishing activity. Next one. So there is also a lot of scope for tourism and recreation. So Gulf of Mannar is a major place where a lot of tourism can happen, and where we need to manage the coral reefs also. Next one. So the coral reefs of India, when I started, it was all very much colorful. I want you to go very fast in next slides. Next slide, please. So this is forest underwater. As you know, rainforest under the sea is only coral reef. Next slide. Next slide, sir. Next slide. Lot of fishes, they come and then breed in this coral reef. You continuously go fast, please. Otherwise, we will be losing time. Next one.
Okay, sir.
Next one. See how beautiful it is. We have plenty of coral reef around our country. The major coral reefs are Gulf of Mannar, Gulf of Kutch, Lakshadweep, and Andaman Nicobar Islands. Please go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Many of these coral fishes, they come and then breed. If the coral reefs are not there, all these fishes will not breed. Next one, please. Next slide. So this is a beautiful underwater coral reef found around our country. Next, please. This is Lakshadweep. Next one. Next, please. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir. It's not moving, sir. Yes, sir.
Next slide. See, these are the
Moving, sir.
we have collected and then send it outside. Next slide. Next slide.
Yes, sir.
Next, sir. We have 100 more slides.
Moving very slowly, sir.
It's moving very slowly, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's moving very slowly, sir.
We can't help it because this net connection, that is the one which makes. Okay, today is the present coral reef area is completely a different scenario. It is all dead corals and they are all diseased. And many of these coral reefs, when they die, they become sand. When the coral reefs die, all the fishes will move away and there will be no fishes can survive. Next one. See, this is what the scenario is. They are all diseased and this is mainly because of the human activity. We use the whole coast as toilet. Because of all these disease-producing organisms, these corals, they die. So how are we going to manage these coral reef? So coral distribution of this coral reef is global distribution. It is only available in the tropic region. Next one. So in India, we have 4 different major coral reefs are there. Gulf of Mannar, Gulf of Kutch, and Lakshadweep and Andaman Nicobar Islands. These are the major coral reefs. There are small coral reefs available throughout the country. And as I told you, India ranks 7th in the world. Next one. You have to keep going, sir, fast. I'll be telling in between because we are.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is lack of time only. And this technology is also not cooperating.
Yes, sir.
India has got 585 species so far, and India is very close to that that golden triangle, that is Southeast Asia. So last month I have published a paper on these corals. We have all different 3 types of coral reefs. Fringing reef, barrier reef are present in our country. Next one. And we have all different types of growth forms. What is available in the world, India has got. Corimbos type, branching type. And these are the solitary corals what we have in our country. You can see these solitary corals next. Next. They are all very colorful and then very just like a stone, boulder corals. And these Tubipora musica is the one which is used for medicinal purpose. It's also Schedule 1. All the corals are protected. There are plenty of coral associated fauna and flora which are available. Lot of fishery is mainly on the associated flora and fauna. Plenty of phytoplankton. We have lot of zooplankton available. Next one. There are sponges are there. The sponges has got lot of medicinal value. So you can have anti-cancer, anti-leukemia, and anti-AIDS, the diseases for the future generation. The medicine is available even for COVID. You can get medicine from sponges. Next one. Next, please. So there are plenty of sea anemone, but very less research has been done on the sea anemone, except a few research which has happened long time before. Next, please. Next. There are sea anemones have got lot of commercial value. Only these ascidians have been studied from Tuticorin. One Dr. Meenakshi has studied jellyfishes. Not even a single publication is available on this in this country after a very long time. So this is very important species. Portuguese man of war. Next one. I don't know why there is less number of studies. Gorgonians, we have exported a lot of gorgonids from our country, but no research is happening on these polychaetes. Next one. Polychaetes are used as a fish feed. Polyclads are there. Next one. They are beautifully colored. They are like sea slugs. Several gorgonid species are now going away because they have been put into Schedule 1 species. Next one. Next one. So there are black corals, antipitherians. They are all under Schedule 1 species. Now they have been protected by Government of India. Soft corals, they have got lot of medicinal value. As I told you, anti-cancer, anti-glaucemia. And again, the insects are ruling the whole earth. But in the sea, there is only one species of insect called Halobatis is living. And very less studies and no publication is available. There are about 705 species of crabs in India. And many of these crabs are exploited commercially. These are the crabs which indicate the health of the coral. The Burgess latro is a Schedule 1 species available in Andaman Nicobar. Next one. Pycnogonida. No studies have happened in this country. There are a lot of studies on mollusks, especially on the commercial species. 3,400 species are there. Several of these species are under Schedule 1 protected species. These mollusks are completely going away. So before we start studying these, they become endangered mollusks. Next one. So several species are now, 23 species are under the Schedule 1 list, IUCN endangered list. Next one. So these are all very important for our future generation. And many of these species, these mollusks are going away. So this is the Nautilus, which is Schedule 1, available in Andaman Nicobar, deep sea. Next one, please. Crocus, having a lot of high commercial value and ornamental value. Next one. And these are being completely destroyed. When these are not there, fishes cannot survive. Next one. So echinoderms, there are about 777 species of echinoderms. Next one is commercially important sea cucumbers. They are banned from collection, mainly because we have exploited more. So a lot of echinoids are there. Next one. These are all, coral reef associated animals. Coral reef cannot live alone. They need all these animals to survive along with them. Next one. These are the echinoderms, sea lilies, and sea star. Coming to the fishes, there are about 2,629 species of fishes available in Andaman Nicobar alone. Several of these ornamental fishes are being exported from our country. Next. Next. So many of these, top level predators are now banned from collection, and also they are under the CITES convention, and many marine reptiles are also becoming more and more rare. We have out of 6 turtles, 5 turtles are available. 29 species of sea snakes are available in our country. Next one. Marine mammals, the dugong, which is Dr. Venkatramani will talk about this, is available in Gulf of Mannar. See, as I told you, there are about 37 phyla, of which 24 are marine and 12 are exclusively marine. Next one. These are the group of phyla. No studies have happened in this country. Nobody is interested. Many people are jumping to study on fishes, turtles, and then mammals. But these are very small phyla. Nobody has done work on this. Where do we stand? There are less experts, less facility, less funds. There is no capacity building happening for the youngsters to conduct studies on this. There are several coral reef associated ecosystems which have not been studied at all. So we are talking about coral reef management, seagrass ecosystem. Nobody has conducted studies on the fauna and flora of seagrass ecosystem. There are 14 species of seagrass. But next one, very less number of studies have happened. There are a lot of ecological roles they play. The seagrass is very important. Next one, the mangrove ecosystem is also mudflats. They are very important. Lot of fauna and flora, they are living in these mudflats. It's still a virgin field of study. Not even a single publication is available on salt marshes. What are the fauna, flora, how many different fishes they survive. Next one, rocky shores are very important. What are the fauna and flora associated, biodiversity associated in this? This is a very, very important area where no studies have happened. Intertidal rocky pools are very important. There are certain fauna and flora. They are associated in this. Coastal sand dunes are also important. There are separate set of fauna and flora. They are available in this. Next one. River drainage is very important for the fishes and coral reefs, as well as many of these mangroves and seagrass to survive. Next one. So the coral reefs of India present is, as I told you, there are no dead patches. There is nothing other than some of the poisonous algae which is growing in these areas. No fishes are available. We have completely reduced fishes. Whatever we do on land finally ends up in the sea, and then it creates problem to the coral reef. When the coral reefs are dead, all your fishes will go away. There will be no fish catch available. You have to go to the deeper and deeper region. Next one. So temperature rise is a major problem. We do a lot of things on land, and it creates a problem for the corals. Increase in temperature that creates bleaching of this coral. Next one. All the corals, they appear bleached. There is also acidification, increase of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere. They increase the pH, reduce the pH. Acidification takes place. Several of these corals, they die, and then they become completely bleached. Next one. So these are some of the coral bleached. In Gulf of Mannar also, many of these corals have been completely bleached during every summer. Next one. Next one, please. I'm just showing you some of the photographs of coral bleaching. In 2019, 78% of the corals are bleached. Several of these butterfly fishes, they eat away all the corals. Parrot fishes also, they eat away corals. Then crown of thorns starfish, they eat away corals. There will be no coral reef because of this. And number of coral diseases, mainly because we use the whole coast, Tamil Nadu coast, as a bathroom, toilet. So all these things will go there and then kill the corals. And there are a number of invasive species which, our Bidu has not mentioned. This is Perijova, which is the one which is killing several of the other organisms which are present in the whole coast. Next one. So tourism, several of these tourism which are uncontrolled, many places the corals are being killed by this tourism activity because many people, they jump into the water without knowing that what is coral is. And they always do damage to these corals. Next one. So the future generation will not have corals on the coast. So there are many coastal industries create waste, and this waste also kills coral. Next one. Global warming is the major thing which all of us know. It increases the temperature. This, because of this, permanent plots are needed. We need to have this fisheries college in Tuticorin will need to have a permanent monitoring plots in Gulf of Mannar, so that for many years they can conduct studies on these coral reefs, that how this is being modified. Even the fishes also, if you have a permanent monitoring plot in that area, next please, you can conduct studies and then see the changes. Species composition in these permanent monitoring plots, kindly go quickly. Live coral cover, permanent monitoring plots, you can see density of corals, the permanent monitoring plots, number of coral species bleached in permanent monitoring plots. Next one, percentage of recovery you can see. Next one, percentage of new recruits of corals or new young ones of these fishes, commercial fishes, newly recruited coral, you can conduct studies. Next one. So there are several legislation and policy. Government of India has brought in several things, but we always think that it is not me, it is government has to do all this. There is a regulation zone is there, here is at 1, 2, 3, 4. So are we following this here is at 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yeah.
There are several scheduled protected species for the future generation. Are these protected species are being protected in the protected area? Is a major question. Many of these things are clandestinely collected and then sold illegally. So Wildlife Act 1972 has made 985 species as a protected species. Are they really protected? This is what the question. I also want to say that how many people can identify these scheduled species, protected animals? So many of those managers, forest department people, they cannot even identify. Fisheries people should identify. They don't know how to identify these scheduled species because there is no capacity building happening in this country. Many of these IUCN threatened list is increasing day by day. Next one. Marine red list categories are increasing. Next. I don't want to go into the details of these. And there are several universities, ministries, research department, non-governmental organizations are working. Even then, the coral reefs are not managed. Invasive alien species are not curtailed and endangered species are not protected. There are several gap areas in the marine studies, but still only studies are going on the commercial aspect because we wanted to make money. Human beings have invented this money, the cellulose product. So towards which we are working to make more money, but our future generation is not protected. There are several gap areas I can talk about. Next one. I don't want to say about these gap areas because we are not going to do any work on this. Next, please. See, scientists, coral reef management challenges are mainly because we have forgotten to mention about morons. See, this is what the moron has done. So much of plastic waste going into the sea. Next one. Everywhere this is only plastic. This will all kill the whole biodiversity. So the whole world, United Nations is talking about Millennium Development Goals, poverty reduction, hunger, fish, so many things they talk about. Next one. And they talk about Aichi biodiversity target. How many of our citizens know about these targets? United Nations targets, Aichi biodiversity targets. Next one. So just sometime before, Biju talked about these action plans. So none of these action plans talk about our conservation and management of many of our resources. They simply talk, but nobody understands the National Biodiversity Action Plan. How many of you know about India's National Biodiversity Action Plan? Nobody knows. It is all only kept in the shelves and in government departments. Next one, please. So several United Nations conferences are there. There are several conference of parties happening in our country. How much it is being percolated to the locals? How these well-read scientific community and the local people, they merge together. The gap between the well-read and layman is increasing. The recent sustainable developmental goals, what we talk about is nobody knows about it. It is only with the government departments. It is not even going to the students. Next one. What is the solution for coral reef management? There are several conventions are happening. Treaties are happening. There are several acts are there. Targets are there. Developmental goals, strategy, action plan, all big talk only. There are 50 treaties so far has been signed by Government of India, but there is no protection of coral reefs in the country. Next one. 560 multilateral treaties with several countries by United Nations. What is the result? These are very important instruments which great protection for potential for synergy with the convention and biological diversity. Next one. So there are about 37 different acts are there for the protection of all these marine biodiversity. And every parliament, there will be new act coming. There are protected areas, protected animals, no-take zone, alternative employment source, fishing holidays, strategies, management policies. Is that happening? But still, the protected marine animals are increasing. Along with your great grandfather and grandfather photograph, you have to keep some of these animal photograph also, because the future generation, they are not going to see. There are marine protected areas in which these animals are protected or what? You have to tell me. Marine protected areas are there, but it is not protecting any marine animal. Marine biosphere reserves are there, Ramsar sites are there. It is all there on paper. None of these international regime on coral reef management. Next one. So these are some of the instruments, very important. There are regulatory changes which are happening in our country. I don't want to go into the details of this because it's a time factor. Convention of Biological Diversity is very, very important. And there is a Convention on International Trade and Endangered Species of Wild Fauna. You are not allowed to sell any of these coral reefs, coral reef products. Indian Institute, several research organizations are working in our country. Next one. What is the future of corals? More research on coral reef impacts. Increasing carbon concentration is dangerous. CHG and the carbon mitigation, reduce emission, sequence and sequestration is very important. Impacts on entire ocean ecosystem difficult to predict. On this fish day, we need to protect the holistic way of ecosystem. Otherwise, you will have lot of money, nothing to eat. You can't eat money. There will be money, lot of money available at home. Man is an endangered species, not these fishes or animals. Man has lost the capacity to foresee and forestall. He will end by destroying the earth. Next. This is not, hello. One more slide, please. Go to the previous slide. Man and endangered species, we have misused our land, allowed our toilet waste to pollute and destroy our air and waste in the process of making money. We must change our lifestyle or accept the very real prospect of extinction, maybe due to pralayam, tsunami or corona, which is happening now. As the Vice Chancellor Dr. Sukumar said, when in the hotel, people wanted to waste a lot of food. That is the one which is creating problem for the future generation. Nobody has got the right to waste the food. Next one. The last slide. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm sorry, in the initial phase, there was some problem due to this technology. So thank you very much. Hope I have not taken much of your time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I take this opportunity. I thank there is a scientist, Dr. K. Venkatraman, sir. He had a wide knowledge upon that coral reef and its associated organisms. So here we got a chance to learn what is non-reef builders and coral reef and corals and various pictures. Really, he had spent a lot of time and collected all those things. It's really his experienced knowledges he has shared with us. It's indeed very much thank to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks. So we are already running out of time, and next speaker. So we move with that Professor Dr. V.K. Venkatraman, sir. So let me take a moment to present the slide.
Yes.
Hold on a minute. Thanks.
Okay, you can present.
Professor Venkatraman, sir, can you able to present that from your end, sir?
Okay, I will see.
Oh, okay, sir.
ആ ആ രണ്ടെണ്ണം രണ്ട് പേപ്പർ അല്ലേ, രണ്ട് സബ്ജക്റ്റ് അല്ലേ?
Duraraj,
Yes, sir.
you do one thing. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you able to see the slide?
Slides not yet received, sir.
So, Duraraj, you can do one thing. You present the slide.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
So, I will. Shall I present the Duraraj slide?
Sir.
Is needed?
Please wait a moment, sir.
Okay. No problem.
Present now. Our portal. இப்படி போட்டீங்க எப்படி வரும்? நீ அது போங்க. இது ரிப்போர்ட் தானே வரும், போடுங்க. வரலங்க.
No, it is. Yeah, go ahead. Sir. Yeah.
Sir, let me, yes, sir. So let me introduce about the speaker, Professor Dr. V.K. Venkatramani, sir. He is going to give talk on endangered marine vertebrates of Gulf of Mannar. I thank Professor Venkatramani, sir. He is well known to all of us because he is a very good teacher, and he has completed his PhD from Annamalai University. And to his capacity, he was holding various posts like head of the department and Dean FCLRI and Director of Research and Extension during a 2010 to 2012 FCLRI town was. And he had very good experiences around 38 years in teaching and research in the field of fishery sciences. And to his credit, he had published more than 70 research articles and more than 4 books. And he has guided quite a number of PG and PhD graduates in the Department of Fisheries Biology and Resource Management during his post. And presently he is holding that position as academic consultant in the Department of Biological Oceanography, School of Ocean Science and Technology, Kufos, Kerala. And earlier he was holding the post adjunct faculty. I thank you, sir, and it's over to you, sir. Please proceed with the slides.
Okay. You go to the slide, Duraraj.
Yes.
So at the outset, I thank Dr. Sukumar, Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Jayalalitha Fisheries University, and Dr. Sundaramurthy, Dean, Fisheries College and Research Institute, and Dr. S. David Kingston, Professor and Head of the Department of Fishery Resource Management, and all the colleagues of Fisheries College and Research Institute in general, and in FRM in particular. So for the opportunity, I thank Professor Sukumar, Vice Chancellor, to be with you to talk something about the endangered species of Gulf of Mannar. In fact, I was working in the Gulf of Mannar for the last 15 years, particularly in the coral mapping and also in the assessment of stock in various fishery resources of Gulf of Mannar. And this topic is an interesting topic in the sense, well, we have the degradation of ecological process and also the contaminant of the biological life, and also because of the over exploitation and habitat degradation, well, the marine fauna is being totally disturbed. And you know, there is a lot of change in species shift owing to the tropic cascades, because tropic cascade is now abundant because of the loss of biodiversity, and in general we have 28 top teleostean predators have gone. So because of the disturbance in the cascade system, particularly in the marine area, the wild animals are being totally disturbed. So coming to this Wildlife Protection Act, which was formulated in 1972, well, it gives protection to the wild animals, birds and plants. Now, before 1972, well, there was no such act, and in 1972, the act was being proposed, and we have got 6 schedules of varying degrees of protection. Well, the Schedule 1 and 2 of the schedule provide protection with highest penalties, and Schedule 3 and Schedule 4 has species protected, but penalties are much lower. Whereas if you take Schedule 5, it includes species which may be hunted, and the last schedule, well, it incorporates the prohibition of the cultivation of plants. So by the implementation of this Wildlife Protection Act in the year 1972 and in subsequent years, well, we have to certain extent we have protected the marine life, fauna, marine life, particularly the coral reefs, the seagrass beds, and also the invertebrates and vertebrates. Next slide. So in the Marine Vertebrates Protected Act, well, we have got about 10 species of sharks and skates, and we have got a whale shark, that is Rhincodon or typus, and also a giant grouper, Epinephalus lanceolatus. And of all these, all the species of seahorses and also pipefishes are being considered as endangered. So before going to the conservation status of endangered, well, there are 3 major categories that are included in the IUCN, that is International Union Council of Nature and Natural Resources, and also cities and United States Fish and Wild Service. We have got endangered. When you talk about endangered, it means it is facing a very high risk of extinction in the world. And the vulnerable is one facing a high risk of extinction in the wild. And threatened is close to the qualifying of one of the above categories, that is either endangered or it may be vulnerable. And the next aspect is there is near threatened. The near threatened is one which is being considered threatened in near future. And the last category we go for the fully exploited. Once if it is fully exploited, understood, then there will be a chance of less than 10% to rejuvenate, and that type of over exploitation should be avoided. Now coming to the endangered invertebrate fauna, well, I was telling the sharks and I was telling the Epinephalus lanceolatus, a ceranic fish, and also a seahorses and pipefishes. These are considered to be among the Piscean fauna. These are listed in the endangered list. The seahorses, you know, they have the excellent biodiversity of being more than 32 species. Well, they come under a different genera, and the and in Gulf of Mannar, we have recorded about 7 species of hippocampus and 1 new species, that is Hippocampus hystrix, we have recorded for the first time in Indian seas, because only we have got the Cuda complex, and this hystrix, next slide, the hystrix is one such species. Well, it grows to the maximum length, and this is the first record we have made in Indian seas. Well, in general, the total the seahorses, they undergo the parental care, particularly the male. They undergo the parental care, and they are considered to be the excellent medicinally valued fishes, and they are highly exploited. And apart from that, they show camouflage. They live in reef system, they live in algal beds, and sometimes also in gas beds. So according to the nature of their habitat, well, the seahorses change their coloration, and one could be very easily confused whether different types of coloration of the seahorses belongs to different species, but that is not the case, because particularly in the reef finfish fauna, coloration is quite common, and excellent camouflage will be seen, and one such is the seahorses. Next slide. And as I told you, the males will have the brood pouch, and the males get pregnant, and the female deposit the eggs in male's pouch. In fact, in our laboratory at Fisheries College and Research Institute, we have bred the seahorses, that is in the year 2004 and 2005, and we have sea-ranched the seahorses in the Tharuvaipulam area. About 21 species of seahorses has been ranched in our laboratory, particularly in the shore laboratory, and we have successfully ranched the seahorses for the first time. Next slide, please. As I told you, the seahorses are the most threatened animals in the sense, and that is why they are coming in the Endangered Act, because these seahorses are the highly valued medicinally important groups, and they are excellent aquarium fishes, and they are considered to be the Chinese traditional medicine valued groups. That is, for the last 600 years, well, these groups are considered as the Chinese traditional medicine, and 7 tonics and 8 tablets have been introduced in seahorses as the medicinal value. Well, some of the dead seahorses are also used in making jewelry, keychains, and other beautiful crafts. So this bycatching of seahorses was in vogue till 1995. Then after which, well, the banning of seahorses was initiated, and in spite of it, well, some illegal taking of seahorses is also going on in the Gulf of Mannar area, and because it is considered as an excellent medicine, particularly for the whooping cough and also in the treatment of piles, well, these seahorses are considered to be the excellent medicines. As I told you, it cures asthma, skin ailments, high cholesterol levels, excess stroke, goiters, and all these things. And these are all being listed in the World Health Organization. So the conservation status IUCN introduced in 2002, and it was considered as a red list threatened species, which includes 19 vulnerable species, 1 endangered, and for the rest, the data is insufficient. Next slide. Next slide. Here you can see, this is the one we have taken the photo in our laboratory, where the pairing and courtship is going on between the male and female, and we can see the open type of eggs being in the brood pouch of the seahorse. Next. This is the once the release of the young ones. Once the female deposit her eggs, well, fertilization takes place inside the brood pouch. Well, the males could be very easily identified by the presence of a big brood pouch. And in the brood pouch, well, these eggs get fertilized and the young ones are being released. This is the type of sealed type. The one slide I have shown is the open type. In the sealed type, well, the brood burst and the young ones are being released into the system. Next slide. Again, the open type of brood pouch. Next one. Inverted inverted type. Here the young ones will be in the head being down and the tail being up within the brood pouch of the mother. And as I told you, these are all the medicinal uses of these seahorses. And next slide. And apart from that, we have also got ornamental uses of seahorses, and they are considered to be the excellent aquarium fishes. And but even though it is considered under the Wildlife Act, some species are being brought illegally and being caught and maintained in aquarium. And seahorses are considered to be one of the best as the curiosities, and as I told you, excellent crafts could be made. Next slide. And coming to this conservation status of seahorses, as I told you, it is a threatened species. We have got the management option also for the seahorses. We have the marine protected area, the temporal closure, the minimum size limit, the maximum size limit. All these are being the management options. But to be strict, these management options are being strictly followed, particularly in the seahorse. Remember, the seahorses, even though it is considered as an endangered aquatic vertebrate, still the poaching is going on because of the excellent medicinal value. But in the last 5 to 10 years, well, the poaching has been reduced. Species. These seahorses are generally abundant right from Mandapam coast up to part of Tuticorin or Tiruchendur belt, where it is available, and in the reef system, well, seahorses are available in good numbers. Coming to the second group of these vertebrates is the giant grouper, which is popularly called as Epinephelus lanceolatus. This Epinephelus lanceolatus, well, it comes under the family Serranidae. Well, we have got about 44 species of serranids, particularly in the Tamil Nadu coast, and showing excellent, not only the excellent coloration, they are also protogynous and they are also protandrous. Of the 44 species of these serranids or the epinephralids, well, the giant grouper, Epinephelus lanceolatus, is being considered as an endangered aquatic vertebrate in the Wildlife Act. Well, this is the largest bony fishes which you can see, and this particular species, we have recorded it in Threspuram fish landing center, and this species is being collected, and this is the endangered giant grouper. The next aspect is about sharks. There are about 15 species, and in the 15 species, well, all the sharks are listed in the Endangered Act. The one such is the whale shark, which has been recorded in the Gulf of Mannar in addition to the other sharks also. The Rhincodon typus or the Rhiniodon typus, which is the world's largest fish. Well, it may even grow about to 18 meters in length, and it comes under the Protected Wildlife Protection Act. And next slide. And this is a whale shark that we have that got stranded in our Tuticorin coast, particularly in the Terespuram area. Then apart from these finfishes and sharks, we have got the sea snakes of Gulf of Mannar. Next slide, Dorairaj. Sea snakes of the previous slide. Sea snakes of Gulf of Mannar, and about 23 species we have recorded in the Gulf of Mannar area, of which most of them are having venom, either neurotoxin or the myotoxin. And most of the sea snakes, previous slide, most of the sea snakes can produce 10 to 15 mg of venom per species. Next slide. Next. These are all the different types of Enhydrina species we have collected from the Gulf of Mannar area, and we have recorded about 21 species of sea snakes. Next slide. All sea snakes. Next slide. Next one. These are all the species we have recorded. Next one. Then next to these sea snakes, we have the marine turtles, and about 5 species of turtles are reported in Indian seas, and all these turtles are listed in the Wildlife Protection Act. Well, the major species of turtles is the Chelonia midas, the olive ridley turtle, then loggerhead turtle, Carita, and also Lepidophyllus olivacea, and these are Heteromachilus off-beak turtle. These are all the species we have recorded, and all these species are listed in the Wildlife Act, and major threats are being from the natural predators like sharks, and also go to the previous slide, by sharks, then by pollution, and by illegal hunting. Next slide. This is one of the threats of the sea turtles, where the plastic bags and even the soda and plastic rings are being seen inside the stomach of these turtles, and the turtles are being also facing a threat on the coastal development and also the habitat degradation. Next slide. Then this is one of the important virus in sea turtle, that is Vibrio papilloma, one of the virus seen in green turtles. It affects the ability to feed, and also it affects the respiratory system, and this may be due to the occurrence, may be due to because of the pollutants, and also the blood parasites are also being recorded, particularly in these green turtles. Next slide. Then commercial value, mostly they are taken in meat and also eggs. Nearly, even though it is forbidden in all countries, still the eggs are being taken, and particularly from the meat they also make soup and jewelry and also leather. Next slide. Then the sea turtles are important to ecosystem because they act as a grazing animals, and they cut the grass short and help to maintain the health of the seagrass beds. And their second importance is in beaches and dunes, particularly the sea turtles are, some of them are mostly the vegetarian, and they protect against erosion, hatched or unhatched, and hatchling that fail and root system help to hold the sand in dunes, and it helped to protect the beach from erosion. Then we have got the protection and also the management. The law enforcement has been enforced, particularly in developed countries like United States, and the fishing regulations are also being introduced, particularly in the use of using the turtle exclusionary device. Next one. Next slide. Then in India, next slide. Next, previous slide. Previous slide. Particularly in India, under the international law of India, is a signatory to cities, and the Conservation Act of the Conservation of the Migratory Species of Wild Animal, that is CMS. Well, it regulates the intentional trade on sea turtles and their products. According to the CMS Act, well, all the species are all the species of sea turtles are, so to say, require international cooperation for their conservation, and their focus on conserving the habitats and addressing the sustainable use of marine resources. Next slide. Then individual status have also been enforced, particularly with framing fisheries laws, particularly in Odisha Marine Fisheries Regulation Act and released 1983. Well, it prohibits all mechanized fishing within 5 kilometers of the Odisha coastal line, and it also prohibits the mechanized fishing within 20 kilometers of the coastal along the Devi River, where the turtles are being bred, and also the Rukshalya River, and where they are being bred, particularly from January to May in each year. And the declaration, next slide, previous slide. The declaration of Garimada Marine Sanctuary in the year 1997 also prohibits all mechanized fishing within 20 kilometers of 35 kilometers stretch of this coast. Next. This is a turtle excluder device, so to say, and this is being incorporated in the trawl nets where the turtles can escape, and this is being practiced particularly in Odisha coast, Andhra Pradesh, and also in some parts of Tamil Nadu. Next slide.
Sir, you are not audible, sir. Professor Venkatramani, sir, you are not audible.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yours is audible.
Now it is audible, sir.
Now it is audible to you.
Yes, sir, it is audible. Please, sir.
But the slides are not seen. Okay. You go to the previous slide, Dr. Dorairaj. Previous. After this excluder device. Well, as I told you, the sea turtles are considered to be the air-breathing reptiles, and they migrate a long distance between their feeding grounds and nesting ground, and they come to the shore area, particularly for breeding. And these sea turtles, they prefer open sandy beaches, particularly for the nesting activity. So the beach development is considered to be one of the threats in affecting the nesting activity of the sea turtles. Then excessive shades by plantation also affect the sex ratio of turtles, particularly planting more of casuarina in the seashore region of mangroves. Well, it affects the sex ratio of the sea turtles. Then the artificial illumination is another major threat, particularly in beaches. It affects the nesting females from coming to the shore, and they get attracted towards the illumination. So because of this over illumination, well, these hatchlings, sometimes even the mothers, they move towards the land and they die off. So the beach development and planting of excessive mangrove plants, casuarina, etc., and artificial illumination are considered to be some of the threats of the sea turtles. Next slide. Then the pollution, like as I told you, the debris and plastic bags, bottles, etc., it is all being consumed, and it leads to the death of the animals. Then the coastal tourism development. This is also one of the a major bottleneck, particularly for the brooders to come to the shore for spawning. And here, one of the major aspects which I want to emphasize is that particularly these sea turtles, in the region of Gulf of Mannar belt, like Periyathalai, Kuduthalai, Uvari, and part of Ramanathapuram, these particularly is Midas, Carita, these turtles, they come to these places because the meaning of Periyathalai, Thalai means Mudu. The Mudu is a big hole, understood. Kuduthalai, Periyathalai, all these are between the Tuticorin to Tiruchendur belt, where you can see the turtles, they come and spawn, they dig eggs. And when they dig eggs, they dig pits of 50 to 80 centimeter in these places. And they lay about 80 to 200 eggs in closed pits. Now in this region, as I told you, in the south Gulf of Mannar, the people will wait, and once the animals hatch the eggs, the local people, they take the eggs and they sell the eggs to the middlemen, and this is being taken as good food, particularly in the 3-star and also in 5-star hotels. The turtle eggs are like a small tennis ball, understood, and even though they show excellent camouflaging, when they dig the nets, when they dig the pits, they have the algal grasses, and also they take some nets and they put it along the pits, and they show a very good amount of protection to save the eggs. But in spite of it, our people, they closely watch and take the eggs. Remember, these turtles, unlike our finfishes, they have a less fecundity. As I told you, it is about 800 to 200 eggs. Only this hawksbill, they lay about 250 eggs. The entire process of mating and depositing the eggs in the pits, takes about only 50 minutes. And by this time, the people will watch and take the eggs. Because of the less fecundity, and also by taking of the eggs, well, the turtles again face the risk of endangerment in spite of the beach development, particularly the artificial illumination, and also because of the coastal pollution. Then another major threat you have, the predation, particularly
Professor sir, you are not audible, sir.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Now it is audible.
Durai, anything, any clarification, Durai?
Sir, no, sir. It is not audible, sir.
It's audible only.
Audible. Okay. Next slide.
Okay.
Then once I tell about the threats, we have to go for the good amount of strategies for consideration. As I told you, we have the Wildlife Protection Act, we have the various departments in the coastal region, but in spite of it, well, the poaching is going on, and since this turtle bloods, it is considered to be excellent for piles. I have seen in my own eyes, particularly in Tuticorin region in Matakadai, where even though it is not medically proven, understood, they used to, particularly in Saturdays and Sundays, understood, they used to take the blood of turtles, that is with a simple assumption, it cures the piles. But whether it is medically proven or not, no, but centuries after this information, this habit is going on among the coastal people in the consumption of this blood of turtles, for the simple reason it cures the piles. So when that an amount of medicinal importance, and with the low fecundity, and with the coastal tourism development and beach development, etc., in spite of the pollution, well, we have to go for the strategies for conservation. Even though it is listed in the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, but still we have to take a lot of care in conserving these precious groups, and that could be developed only by the co-management activities. What is the co-management activities? It is not between the government and the researcher. Well, it should involve all the people, the government, the researcher, and the main people are the fishermen and the NGOs. So when such an amount of co-management activities, this is one of the important strategies to be reinforced, particularly in all the places, and in particular in Gulf of Mannar, the co-management activities, the more of awareness programs among the illiterate fishermen and by the researchers and by the NGOs may be one of the suitable good practice that conservation could be practiced. So it could not be taken by between two hands. It has to be taken by many hands. That is what you call it as the co-management. So the involvement of the local people, the involvement of the fishermen, the involvement of the particularly the NGOs and the government officials, well, it can work out very well for the conservation of not only the sea turtles, including our precious seahorses. And nesting of the beaches have to be preserved as such. I told you, the places in Gulf of Mannar like Periyadalai, Kududalai, Ori, well, these fellows, they come and spawn there, and such beaches have to be preserved as such. And another important bottleneck is the mechanized fishing activities to be avoided, because the green turtles, then the turtles carita, and some of the turtles, they comes to the coral reefs, and these turtles, sometimes they come to the coral reefs and feed the polyps and medusae, and also some of the grasses and some of the minute crustaceans in the reef system. And in such case, the over mechanized trawling near the reef region and in the inshore waters where the nesting areas are being considered, it should be protected. This goes as yet another strategy for the conservation of these precious turtles. Next slide, please. As I told you, the awareness program, this is a must. In fact, we have conducted many such programs, understood, not only for the conservation of turtles, but also in the conservation of the seahorses, understood, where the fishermen have to be educated and implementing these programs well, the conservation activities can be enhanced, and going for protected reserves, and also by the co-management activities. Next slide. Then next to these sea turtles, as I told you, one of the precious groups, the other vertebrate groups are the marine mammals. We have got 27 species are being reported, and of which 11 species are being whales and 14 dolphins, and one species dugong, and one porpoises. These are all recorded in Gulf of Mannar. And remember, all the marine mammals, they come under the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. Next slide. Then if you go for the classification of these marine mammals, well, we have got the cetaceans, the sirenians, and the carnivores. Of course, these carnivores are not polar bears, and pinnipeds and fisipids are not available here, but in Mannar region you have got cetaceans, and also you have got the sirenians. About even though at the global level 130 marine mammal species have been recorded, well, all the species are being considered either threatened or vulnerable or endangered. Next slide. Then coming to these marine mammals in Gulf of Mannar, we have got cetacean groups. Well, the cetaceans, you know, they could be divided into two groups. One is the Mysticetae, the other is the Odontocetae. In the Mysticetae, we have the baleen whales, and the Odontocetae are the toothed whales. We have got our dolphins and porpoises. And if you take the Mysticetae, the baleen whales, and that could be very easily distinguished from the Odontocetae by the presence of the baleen plates in baleen whales. It is made up of keratin, and it is suspended from the roof of the mouth, where they filter a huge amount of planktons. Understood. And these baleens, they have got two nasal openings, and further their shell is also symmetrical. And the melon, you know what is melon? Melon is a fatty region deposited in the head region. Well, it helps a tremendous role in the migration of whales, a fatty deposition. Understood. This melon, you know, particularly in cetacean groups, that is in Mysticetae, well, it is present only in the young ones. That is, it is present in particularly in the young one, and it is being absent, and it is being poorly developed in adults. So in fetal stage, the melon is very big. And if you take the Odontocetae, as I told you, they are all toothed groups, where our precious dolphins, where you go for the dolphinarium, and also the porpoises are being included, and they have got a single nostril opening deposited that is present in the head, and their skull is being of more symmetrical, and here the melon is well developed, particularly in the Odontocetae group, that is dolphins. Next slide, please.
Sir, we are running out of time. Kindly make a
I can make it, but it should be practiced for the other people also. Understood? Okay. You go for so baleen plates, etc. And next slide, you please go. I will make it fast. You go to the next slide. Okay, toothed whales, all those things, dolphins, intelligent creatures, porpoises, all endangered. Go to the next slide. Well, we have got the cetacean groups, the Odontocetes, the porpoises. Next slide, please. Well, we have got a good amount of dugong, one of the important groups in Gulf of Mannar. The great sea cow, which feeds on sea grasses, considered to be endemic, understood, and particularly in the Mandapam region. You go to the previous slide, don't be in a hurry. So the sea cows, which are considered as an endangered group, these groups, they exclusively feeds on the seagrass. And once the seagrass has been removed, these sea cows are being threatened. And yet another group, which though not seen in Gulf of Mannar, is the Gangetic dolphin and the Revadi dolphin, which are considered to be the totally extinct group. Next slide, please. You have got the baleen whale. Next slide. Dolphins. Next. Sirenian, sea cows, and also porpoises, manatees. Next. Dugong, as I told you, Gulf of Mannar, said to be endemic. Next slide. Then these are all the threats owing to the lack of time. Let me pass out immediately. The threats are, the most important threat is the low birth rate. Then competition for food and the human activities, particularly in taking the melon out, and also the fatty blubber layer, and also the entanglement in gears, and using the dynamites, particularly in Vellapatti region in Tharavaikulam, understood. That slide I have not put, understood. About 82 species have been got affected by this dynamiting in the year 2002 and 2003. At that time, the then Dean Dr. Sundarraj and myself went and took an excellent photographs and how it was being dynamited. And this is one of the worst thing that is going on between the Gulf of Mannar, particularly between the Tharavaikulam and also the part of Chiotapurai. Next slide. Next slide, please. Then once if I go for the threats, automatically we have to go for the strategies. The banning of the capture of sea mammals, both intentionally and unintentionally, should be avoided. Avoid the destructive gears such as the gill nets, and replace some of the useful gears and long lines in areas where they are in abundance. And we have got the establishment of marine parks and sanctuaries. Next slide, please. Next slide. Then research areas need to be intensified. Particularly in Gulf of Mannar, this I want to tell to the institutes which are in and around Gulf of Mannar. Even though we have carried out a good amount of research, but still research studies are needed, particularly with the help of the forest people, understood, in studying the turtles, in studying the sea mammals, and also the epinephalus, because only with the cooperation of these forest groups, because these are considered to be endangered, we have faced a lot of problems in mapping of coral reefs, particularly with forest people. So this area used to be intensified. And again, I told you, not only the co-management, the formulation of bilateral, multilateral cooperation have to be given importance. Then undertaking of resource surveys in exclusive economic zone, and setting up of national marine environmental protection and reservation, and particularly conservation of the resource authority, understood. It has to be set up, and these precious groups have to be conserved and have to be saved. Next slide. I think that's all. Okay, I got a Marine Mammals Mammal Protection Act. Want of time. These are all some of the acts which are being enforced, particularly by the developed and countries where the marine mammals are being protected. Next slide. Then Marine Mammals Protection Act that I have given. Next slide. Act being continued. Next slide. Thank you. That's all. So thank you for your patient hearing. Because of the need of time, some important points which could not be told, but of course this I can give it in the form of a detailed notes to you, so that you can give it to your student communities and also research communities, and we will see to it something should be done, not only for the endangered groups but also for the exploited groups, and also for the groups which are being near threatened. And it is high time we have to study the species shift and also the marine cascades in Gulf of Mannar region, so that the conservation could be enforced. But remember, it could happen only with the help of the co-management activities. So thank you very much for your hearing. And once again, and thank Dr. Sukumar, the Vice Chancellor of TNJFU, Professor Sundaramurthy Dadi, and Dr. Sundaramurthy, and all the staff, in particular the resource management staff, for giving me an opportunity to talk something about the endangered species of this particularly the vertebrates in Gulf of Mannar for about an half an hour. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I extend my very much thank to you, sir, because you had a elaborative talk on this marine vertebrates in particularly Gulf of Mannar region, and we are the fisheries graduate, and we have a number of students, and you made that scope is available for doing kind of research with this marine turtles and the importance of that fisheries like aquatic mammals, and we can have identification or make mammals along with that wildlife department also. So I extend my thank to you, sir, for having delivered your lecture on this particular topic. So next, let us move to the next presentation. So here I would like to feel very glad to introduce about the speaker, Professor Dr. Sujathkumar Das, sir, and he is going to deliver a lecture on sustainable management of fisheries. And he has obtained his doctoral program from Geology University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. And he obtained his postgraduate Master of Fisheries Science from University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore. And he obtained his graduate BFC from Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology. And he worked as assistant professor from 1991 to 1998 with the West Bengal University of Animal and Fisheries Science. Later on, he promoted as associate professor from 1998 to 2006. And presently, he is working as a professor and the head of the department Fisheries Resource Management, West Bengal University of Animal and Fisheries Science from 2006 onwards to till date. And he has been serving as a life member of several professional bodies, or there is a Inland Fisheries Society of India and Society of Aquaculture, Doneshwar, and Applied Zoological Research Organization, Katak, and Society of Fishery Technologists, India and Cochin, and Social and Environmental Biologist Association, Kolkata, and All India Association of Educational Research, Bhubaneswar, and Asian Fisheries Society and Asian Fisheries Society Indian branch, etc. And he has been felicitated by Odisha Krusha Sambad for a significant contribution made in fisheries for farmers. To his credit, he has been published more than 110 research and technical papers in peer-reviewed journals as author and co-author. And he has published 93 popular articles that is benefited for farmers and public awareness. And he bagged first rank in India in ARS and NET examination in fishery science field of ICAR in 1992. So far, he has guided more than 27 students for the PhD thesis in West Bengal University of Animal and Fisheries Science with regard to Fisheries Resource Management Department. So over to you, sir, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay. So let me start now.
You proceed, sir. Slides are visible, sir?
Slides not visible now. You please show.
1 minute, sir. So 1 minute, please, sir.
Oh, yes, yes.
So over to you, sir. Please, sir.
Yes, now it is. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. You are audible and the slides are visible, sir.
Visible. Okay. Okay. All right. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sukumar, respected Dean, Dr. Sundaramurthy, my predecessor speakers, Dr. Biju Kumar, Dr. Venkataraman, Dr. Venkatramani, Dr. David Kingston, Professor and Head, and the faculty members of FRM department, and participants. So now it is my turn to speak something about sustainable management of fisheries. So when we are discussing about fisheries, so first let us discuss its importance. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. So as far as importance of fisheries is concerned, so it is very much important in the context of food security, nutrition security, income security, and ecological services. And as far as food security is concerned, food security means it has four aspects: food availability, affordability, stability, and utilization. So these four aspects, and in the world, nearly 10% people are undernourished. And we have a saying that in Sanskrit, "Bubhrukhitam kim na karoti papam khinajana nisnaguna bhavanti." So that means if somebody is hungry, he can do anything. So in this aspect, when food security question is being raised, let us see that fish as food has much importance, and it has important role in the context that it provides cheap animal protein in the world. If you see, 25% protein is being supplied from fish, and fish as food has a lot of advantages, as it reduces cardiovascular disease. It is helpful for pregnant women, and it develops the brain development in children, and it prevents anemia, child blindness, etc. And as far as nutrition is concerned, I have told you that more than 10% people in the world are undernourished. So, and this is more in Africa and Asia. And fish is rich in calcium, iron, iodine, phosphorus, and it provides positive, so to say, it has important role in cognitive development in children. And income security, as far as the fisheries is concerned, now 60 million people are over the world are engaged in fisheries, and they get their livelihood from fisheries. And there is a scope that this 60 million can be increased to 250 million if we will adhere to sustainable fisheries that we will discuss afterwards. And ecological services. So when we are considering ecological services, the water bodies provide includes absorption of temperature, that means cooling, then carbon sequestration, then recharging the water, and all those aspects, in addition to scenic beauty. Then ecological services, if you will compute in monetary values, it varies from 11 lakh to 23 lakh per hectare in a different water body. So just imagine the ecological service which is provided by aquatic resources. And in this World Fisheries Day, we should popularize, or we should make awareness of these ecological services, so that people will take active participation in its conservation. Next. So this year 2020, it is important for 75th year of establishment of FAO, and 25th year of Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries, 5th year of Sustainable Development Goal or Agenda 2030, and also 5th year of observing this World Fisheries Day. And last but not least, it is also the year of COVID-19 pandemic. And in this, if you see the world fish production in 2018, it is around 179 million tons, from which 96 million tons from fisheries and 82 million tons from aquaculture. And from marine fisheries, 84 million tons, inland fisheries, 12 million tons. And as far as aquaculture is concerned, inland aquaculture, 51 million tons, and marine aquaculture, 31 million tons. And human consumption, if we will consider, out of 179 tons, 156 million tons is used for human consumption at the rate of 20.5 kg, and the rest 23 million tons goes for preparation of fish meal, fish oil, and etc. Exported fish in international level is 67 million tons, which value is 164 billion US dollar, and it is 11% of agricultural products, and it comes out of 121 countries. And as far as processing is concerned, it is too less in Indian context. If you will see the processed foods of the perishable commodities like vegetables, fruits, and fishes, it is very poor in India, which is about 2% versus more than 80% in countries like USA, even Malaysia and Indonesia. So this is the sector which needs attention for promotion, so that it can enhance substantial employment, and it can also generate employment for educated youth and women. And exporters, main exporters are China, Norway, Vietnam, India, and main importers are European Union, America, and Japan. And employment in fisheries, if we consider, I have told you already that it is about, say, 60 million, and out of that fisheries 40 million, and aquaculture, say, about 20 million. And in this case, and I have already told that it has capacity to 260 million tons, and women are 14%, and in processing sector, it is about 30% used. Then next slide, go. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please.
Durai Raja.
Next slide, please.
To the presenter and yeah.
Yes, sustainability. Now we are talking about sustainability. All of us know that sustainable production is optimum production, which can be produced year after year without putting any adverse impact to the environment. And here we should hand over the production as it is to the next generation. So the next generation should not suffer for the higher production which we may get in unsustainable manner. So biological sustainable stocks where the biomass or the abundance is greater than MSY level, that will come afterwards. Then stock assessment, when we'll be doing with fishing effort, catch, life history parameters, fishing vessels, and different numerical models are being used in this purpose. And numerical models used, it is to the extent of about 25% now. And FAO has been monitoring these global stocks since 1974. And when we are going about the stocks, it is we classify into mainly three categories: underfished, maximum sustainable, and overfished or unsustainable. And already I have told about the sustainable production. So now what happens? As per Agenda 2030 or Sustainable Development Goals, they have given the target that by 2020 we should have 100% stocks for biological sustainability and total ending of IU fishing. But by 2017, it was found that 67% stocks are sustainable, and out of the 67%, so to say, 60% as comes from maximum sustainable yield and 6% from underfished, and the rest, say 33 to 34%, comes from unsustainable yield. And when the fish stock is unsustainable or overfished, it takes about 2 to 3 times of its lifespan for coming to effective management in the terms of recovery. Then next you go. Next. So when you are discussing about sustainability, so we should know about MUI and MSY, which are base of sustainability. So MUI is the level where the profit is maximum, and MSY, the production is maximum, and another point where the cost and yield, means revenue is equal to cost. So that is the point of maximum employment. Then next you go. Next. So sustainability, it has 3 pillars: ecological, economic, and social. So ecological means, suppose, so these 3 are interrelated and there is a trade-off. So when in the case of ecological, you see that when there is ecological, when you are going for overfishing. So in the case of overfishing, that causes ecological damage. So ecological damage will lead to less production. So less production means it goes for, it indicates economic loss. And when the fisher community is at economic loss or he is at loss, then his social status is undermined. So this is the cycle, and ecological, economic, and social, how the trade-off should be done. Then next slide, please. Next. So this sustainability question arises when important fisheries started collapsing, particularly say Peruvian anchoveta, Angraolis regions during 1960s and 70s, and the North Sea herring, Clupea herringus stocks in 1960s, Canadian Atlantic groundfish fisheries 1990s, Northwest Atlantic groundfish fisheries in mid-90s. So when these important stocks started reducing or say collapse due to overfishing, which may be of a difference, say it may be growth overfishing due to catch of more undersized fishes, which will never allow to attain the full growth potential, or it may be recruitment overfishing, which may be due to catch of more mature specimen, so that recruitment is failure. So we say recruitment overfishing, or it may be ecosystem overfishing in the system where the predator fishes are being caught, so that those fishes will be allowed to flourish, and it disturbs the ecosystem. So whatever may be the overfishing, so by poor management, such aspects or such failures have occurred. Then next slide, please. Next. And sustainable fisheries, we have seen that you see in the sustainable fisheries where the observer collects the data and provides to scientists which use the data to assess the stock of the fish, and managers will use the assessment data and set the regulation, and fishermen or the fisher, they will go for fishing adhering to the agreements or to the instruments, the regulations, etc. And overfishing, I have told already that overfishing is 34% in 2017, and it has increased. It was 10% during 1974, and it has increased to 34% in 2017. And sustainable, which was 90% in 2017, it has come down to 66% in 2017. Although Agenda 2030 or Sustainable Development Goals targets that we should achieve 100% sustainability in 2020. So in this case, when we are considering sustainable fisheries, we are adhering to some aspects like fishing quotas for individual fisher, as well as fishing quotas for fisher community, then adhering to regulations. Different regulations are being developed time to time, but most of the regulations keep it in mind code of conduct of responsible fisheries or sustainable development goals, and protected areas, restore of collapsed fisheries, and public awareness. And public awareness among the stakeholders is very important in this context. I will tell you one experience that some of our students, they were doing research on conservation of Hilsa fisheries few years back. So they have given some leaflets to the fisher in the area of Hooghly Matlas, and here the regulation says that minimum size of Hilsa to be caught and marketed is 23 centimeters. But in one area, 2 truckloads of Hilsa, undersized Hilsa, they were sent for marketing. So at night 10:30, one person from that landing center, he rang to different agencies, but he could not get any answer. But as I have told that our students, they have given different leaflets, posters to those people. So at night 10:30, he rang me that 2 truckloads of undersized Hilsa are to be sent, and it will reach the fish market. We said Diamond Harbor fish market in the early morning. So immediately I rang to the project director of Hilsa project, and he took a notice of it, and those undersized Hilsa were seized, which afterwards make the people aware that undersized fish catch is to be ought to be done. So next slide, please. Next slide. In fisheries management, when we are going for the assessment, that time we have to see the stock size, fishing effort, catch, and alternate management available. And in decision making, there are different strategies, different alternate strategies may be possible. So that time we have to see it, and selection of harvest strategies and practice implementation of all those things, and control monitoring. Next slide, please. Next, please. So what harvesting strategy that we have told? Input control, output control, and technical measures. So these 3 are important. So in input control, we have to see the vessels, number of the vessels, capacity of the vessels, or the volume of the vessels, then intensity, then which time, and which area, and people and different stakeholders who are permitted for the fishing. Then output control means catch. So total allowable catch, quota, and legal size. So sustainable development goals or agenda 2030 or 2030 agenda is important for sustainable fisheries is being discussed. So actually it's the precursor is Millennium Development Goals. Millennium Development Goals was considered, or it was discussed and finalized in 2020 by United Nations organization, and it has 8 goals. Millennium Development Goals has 8 goals, and its target was 2015. But in 2015, it gave rise to Sustainable Development Goals. So here in Sustainable Development Goals, we are having 17 goals. And in 17 goals, fisheries is most important in the case of goal number 14. And different other goals where the fisheries has important role to play are goal number 1, no poverty, goal 2, zero hunger. We have discussed about hunger and nutrition in the previous slides. Then goal 3, good health. Goal 5, gender equality. In the case of gender equality, I have told that 14% women are involved in fisheries. Of course, 33% in fish processing. And it has also potential to enhance it. There is a saying that Sanskrit saying that Jatra Narjastu Pujyante Ramante Tatra Devata. The meaning is that where Jatra Narjastu Pujyante, where women are respected, Ramante Tatra Devata, God is pleased there. So now we are talking much about gender equality, because women, they of course, though they constitute about 49% population of the world, but they own only 10% property of the world. So in this case, so this sector its attention not only internationally but nationally also. Then desert living, and we know that fisher community, they are a poor community, they are marginalized community, so they need attention for decent living. And our 12th 5-year plan, India's 12th 5-year plan, 2012 to 2017, it has given emphasis on inclusive and sustainable growth. So inclusive growth means it is growth of everybody, educationally, economically, and socially. So that decent living also here in World Fisheries Day, we have to discuss how it can be achieved by the marginalized fishery community. And the most important is goal 14, that is life below water. So life below water has a 10 target. So life below water means it is aquatic resources, fish and other resources. So it has important targets. Important targets are reducing marine pollution, then protection and restoration of ecosystem, sustainable fisheries, small-scale fisheries, conservation, and adherence to different sea laws or sea regulation. Next, please. Next. So major fishing areas with overfishing, if you will see, I have told you that 34% overfishing is there in 2017. So the areas where the overfishing is a maximum includes Mediterranean and Black Sea, 63%. Then Southeast Pacific along Peru coast, where is 55%. Southwest Atlantic in South Africa coast, 54%. And other areas it is being 21 to 44%, and Indian Ocean region is about 35%. And as far as marine catch is concerned, FAO has made data of catch of about 1700 species, where 85% small pelagics, and next belongs to gadifermis, and then tuna and tuna-like fishes. And FAO have estimated 584 fish stocks, which includes 70% of global catch. Then next. Yes, overfishing beyond MSY level, we have known that it affects ecology, economics, and social well-being. So here, one thing that should be kept in account is need versus greed. So the earth has given enough resource to satisfy everybody's need, but it cannot satisfy even a single man's greed. And an English poet, probably Longfellow, he has told that the mind is a restless bird. The more it gets, the more it wants, still it remains unsatisfied. So it is the need versus greed which come into picture when we are considering the sustainability. And inclusive growth, sustainable growth, it is the agenda for everybody, for sustainable development goal, as well as for in our national 5-year plans. And if you will avoid overfishing, I have told that 34% overfishing is occurring in the world. So if it will be avoided, then fish production can be increased by 16.5 million tons. And we have, I have told that SDG target 2030, they have made the target that by 2020, we will avail or we will reach 100% sustainability and we will end IUE fishing. But by 2017, we have seen what progress it is being done. And in order to achieve the target of 14.4, so we need stronger political will. Everybody knows that if the political will is stronger, anything can be achieved. So there is need of a stronger political will in the regions where the overfishing is high. And the control of fishing intensity, matching the productivity. So fishing, I have told that in many areas, FAO has already estimated the stock, and we should adhere to maximum sustainable yield. Then technology transfer for BMP, better management practice. Just like in aquaculture, we are developing different better management practice. Similarly, in fishing also, a better management practice, particularly in the regions where there is significant overfishing. Then consumer perception and awareness. Consumer also educated accordingly, because you see, as far as Hilsa fisheries is concerned, West Bengal is very well known, or Hooghly Matta estuary is well known for Hilsa fisheries. And this Hilsa fisheries, it varies considerably from 8,000 tons to more than 25,000 tons in different years. When it has declined to 8,000 to about 8,000 tons, that time government has made some regulations for conservation of Hilsa. And also it has increased substantially afterwards when people have adhered to it through awareness program. And I have already told one awareness program output that has led to siege of 2 truckloads of undersized Hilsa. But if you see in Bangladesh, they are able to maintain the Hilsa production of 2.5 to 3 lakh tons continuously. And this is done by consumer perception, awareness, that means different stakeholders are taken into consideration and awareness is being raised. So there also in Bangladesh, what happens? Undersized hilsa are not allowed in hotels, and it is not marketed also. So, so when our aim is to achieve the target 14-14, sorry, 14-4. So this consumer awareness as well as awareness among different stakeholders should be enhanced. Then strengthening global monitoring system. So MC, so monitoring, control, and surveillance that should be strengthened in different areas. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, 10 species. Usually, if you see last few decades, 10 species are contributing bulk to marine catch, and among them, 5 species constitute nearly 25% of the catch. That is Anchoveta, Alaska pollock, Anchoveta in Peru, Chile coast, Alaska pollock in Pacific, in North Pacific, skipjack tuna in Indian Ocean, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Atlantic herring, Clupea herringus in the Atlantic, both north and south, blue whiting, that is in North Atlantic, English Channel, North Sea. So all those areas. And among the 10, what I have told that 10 species, so among those 10 species, 3 species are facing problem of overfishing. So those 3 species, one is in Japan pilchard, another is Chilean mackerel, another is Atlantic cod goddess marua. So these among the top 10, these three are there, and they face the problem of overfishing. Then next, please. Next, please. Yes. So in FO major fishing areas, I have given the different areas as well as the production temperate areas 37.5, tropical areas 27 million tons, and upwelling areas in Atlantic and Pacific 34 and 47 in Atlantic, 77, 87 in Pacific, 23 million tons. Then global marine catch, although we have got 84 million tons in 2017, so it is less than 86.4 million tons what was got in 1996, and top 7 producers contribute about 50% marine production, in which China is 15%. Then second and third, Peru, Indonesia is 8%, 4 and 5, Russia and USA is 6%, 6 and 7, India, Vietnam is 4%. Next, please. Next, please. Next, yes. So this is about FAO major fishing areas. Next, please. Yes. In 2018, I have yes. In 2018, global capture 54%, and agriculture 46%. But by 2030, we are trying to reverse it. That means 47% will come from aquaculture and 53% will come from global capture fisheries. And when fisheries started collapsing in late 80s, as I have already told in the case of previous slides, then it was thought for conservation and resource management. So when there is overfishing, important stocks and damaging ecosystem, there is economic loss. And then international conference was held on responsible fisheries in 92 Cancun, which gave rise to Code of Conduct on Responsible Fisheries, CCRF, in 1995. So CCRF with 12 articles covering all aspects of fisheries, aquaculture, capture fisheries, fishing, fish processing, governance, research, administration, marketing, trend. So everything is covered there. So it is advisory in nature, but its adherence will allow us to reach to march first towards Agenda 2030. So Article 7 is fisheries management. Next, please. So it includes everything starting from harvesting to consumption. So it's everything. Then CCRF. CCRF different articles are given here, which includes all aspects from starting from harvesting till consumption in the middle, so to say, processing, marketing, all aspects. Then next, please. Next, please. Next, please. International legal framework for sustainability. Previous one. Yes, international legal framework for sustainability 2030 agenda. So UNCLOS it has taken 1, 2, 3. That's taken several years. So in 1994, UNCLOS 3 came out. So United Nations Convention on the Law of Sea, or simply we say Law of Sea. So UNCLOS 3 that mainly deals with territorial water. Then EEZ, its responsibility lies with the concerned state to develop, to promote fisheries and to take action for conservation and resource management. Then FAO compliance agreement, which was enacted in 2003. So this mainly deals with fisheries in the high seas, particularly straddling stocks and highly migratory stocks. Then 1995 Code of Conduct Responsible Fisheries that we have already discussed. Then 1995 Fish Stock Agreement. Then 2000 to 2020, some 50 voluntary and technical guidelines has been developed, and 4 international plan of action have come out. But all these voluntary guidelines or 4 international plan of action or 3 strategic plans all have root from Code of Conduct in Responsible Fisheries or CCRF. Then next, please. Next, please. So ecosystem approach to fisheries management. So say in our tropical fisheries, it is multi-species and multi-gear fisheries. So here, when species are there, multi-species are there, it is need that entire ecosystem should be taken into consideration as far as management is concerned. So in this case, addressing ecology and human well-being by the governance. So integrated management. So integrated management includes management of land, water, and resource. So as for CBD, it is land, water, plus ecology. So in this case, integrated management includes coastal, marine, and natural ground of the fish. And 3 dimensions are there: ecological, humanistic, governance. Ecological means it looks to environment as well as fisheries. Humanistic, it takes into consideration the livelihood of the fisher, employment, welfare of the fisher, and governance as the means to balance, to make the trade-off between ecological and humanistic attitude. Then 4 approaches like bycatch. So in the 4 approaches include, first one is mitigation of bycatch and discards. And now we see that about 9 million tons of discards are being produced each year in the world. So when 84 million tons fish, marine fish, so there you see just 9 million, around 10% of discards. And in this 10% discards, or say 9 million tons, if you see, 4 million tons from bottom trawling, 1 million ton from midwater trawling, 1 million ton from portioning, 1 million ton from gill netting. So bycatch reduction, then multi-species management to take into account the integrated management, because entire ecosystem is to be managed. Then protecting the vulnerable ecosystem and integrated management. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. So this is, you see, EAFM, ecosystem approach to fisheries management, where the habitat, ecology, climate has taken into consideration. So what CBD says, EAFM is land plus water plus ecology. 3 aspects to be taken into consideration. So it is an integrated approach to management. And here the coastal area, then fishery resource, and the fishery interest are taken into consideration. Then next. So principles of EAFM. Principles of EAFM includes governance by rules. So there are 7 principles. So first one is governance by the rules. So here we should adhere to rules, regulations, and transparency, accountability. First are taken into consideration in governance. Then political, regional, and multi-sectoral. Then participation of stakeholders, different stakeholders. Then multiple objectives are different stakeholders are there. So different stakeholders have different objectives. So there is a need of a trade-off between different objectives of different stakeholders. Then cooperation and coordination. So coordination is horizontally among sectors. We have primary sector, secondary sector, primary sector, tertiary sector in production. So primary sector is production, fishing, and secondary sector is processing. Tertiary sector is service sector. So all horizontally they should be linked, and vertically in governance from the is cooperative. So in primary cooperative society, then secondary cooperative society, and apex cooperative society, or the district level, state level, and central level. So this cooperation and coordination is required. Then adaptive management, it is learn from trial and error. So different endeavors will be taken, different efforts, and from trial and error we have to learn and adapt it in adaptive management. Then precautionary action. In precautionary approach, we should not delay for a lack of data, because many times what happens, getting adequate data is a problem, and it takes time. So in that case, we should not delay for lack of data or any uncertainty. Next, please. Then access for small-scale fisheries. Small-scale fisheries is very important, though it accounts for half of world catch and 90% of the employment. I have told that in Agenda 2030, one goal is their decent living. And I have also told that from 12th, 5th year plan onwards, the thrust of Indian government is an inclusive growth. So in this inclusive growth, when you are considering, then this small scale fisher who are marginalized, they are coming into picture. So their interest and how to improve their social needs. Regarding women, already have discussed. Then access to small scale fisheries, access of a small scale fisher to resource and space, because small scale fisher, they used to fish in the coastal waters, in the inshore waters. So they face challenge for growing competition for mariculture in many areas. Mariculture is being undertaken in those areas which hampers their fishing and livelihood, and different fleets are being targeting stocks, and they are operating in the same stock and same space. So there is a conflict between artisanal fisher and others. Then marine transport and marine protected areas. Many areas are being declared marine protected areas where the fishing of the artisanal fisher or small scale fisher is being hampered. So in that case, many places they are also given alternate livelihood. Particularly, I'm telling in Hilsa, when we have thought for Hilsa fisheries protection. In Hooghly Matla city, that time government has come up with certain provisions of alternate livelihood, like supplying rice to the fisher family at 2 rupees per kg throughout the year. So in this case, alternate livelihood should be thought of. Then promoting biodiversity. Regarding biodiversity, my predecessor speakers have talked a lot, so I am not going to focus on it again. Then next, please. Next, please. Then sustainable, yes. Sustainable fisheries in areas beyond national jurisdiction. So, as per UNCLOS 3 treaty, 12 nautical miles or 22 kilometers sea baseline. It is territorial water, and 200 nautical miles or 370 kilometers. It is EEZ, exclusive economic zone, and the area beyond EEZ is international water, or areas beyond national jurisdiction. So that accounts for about 40% surface area of the planet and 62% of ocean area. And area beyond EEZ, which includes ABGN and coastal water, they are both related. You see that EEZ contributes about 90% of fish production of the world. 90% of the fish product, marine fish, comes from EEZ of different countries. So coastal water, that means the territorial water, EEZ water, and ABNJ, all are interrelated. So when we are talking about any conservation management measure, so these three are the interlink of the three must be addressed properly. Then resources in the deep sea are tuna and tuna-like fishes and deep sea fishes. And in that ABMJ, what happens? The area has a low productivity. So there, if any fisheries is collapsing or any fisheries is hampering due to low productivity, the recovery is very less. I have told that in other cases, what happens? It requires 2 to 3 times of the lifespan of the fish for recovery or effective, or to come out with the results of effective management. But that will not be case in the ABNJ. And 8 deep sea regional fisheries management organizations and other organizations, they are dealing with 77% of ABNJ. And here the bycatch reduction and reducing discards and conservation are important. Then flag states in ABJN, what happened? We have the regulation where the flag state will be involved in fishing activities, and port state will check whether they are adhering to rules or whether they are violating the norms of IU fishing. So in this case, there is a port state measure agreement, so that is being adhered. Then climate change and adaptation strategies. Fish is considered as low carbon footprint food. Fish as well as seaweeds. You see, when we are considering the meat, animal protein meat, the carbon produced for producing 1 kg of meat is quite high, and in case of a fish, it is quite low. If you see some animal sources like meat, milk, eggs, and fish fully compare. So fish is considered the low carbon footprint food. And abiotic factors that affecting the fisheries are SST, sea surface temperature, visual oxygen, salinity, acidity, and biotic factors like primary production and food wave. Then climate change affecting small-scale fisheries, processing, marketing, and trade. Sea level rise, heat waves, frequency of extreme weather condition storms, that is also affecting. And this in every year we'll find that about more than 30,000 fishermen are suffering from casualties, accidents due to in. And climate modeling indicates that in high latitudes, the fisheries will be more, and in future, what will happen? The fish production will be more in high latitudes, and fish production will be less in low and medium latitudes and in our tropical areas. Though we have knowledge is developed for climate risk impacts vulnerable, but yet more than 20,000 fatalities per year occurring in the worldwide. Then next. Then another aspect, abandoned, lost, discarded fishing gear or ghost gear. So where ghost gears are occurring in marine environment, it leads to marine plastic pollution, plastic littering, and 46% of IUN red list certain species face entanglement and ingestion with the broken parts of ghost gears, and they get threatened more and more. And several lakh tons of this microplastic is added every year to the oceanic system. Then next. Then march towards blue growth. So this term, blue economy, blue growth, this term was coined during the year 2012, which is the growth or the economic activities emanating from aquatic resources like fish and other fish, algae, and other aquatic organisms having economic importance. So FAO has launched the Blue Growth Initiative in 2013, and sustainable growth and development from living and aquatic resources. And BGI has stepped international policy on environmental management. FAO organized several international fora on blue economy, and I have given only 3. That is Asia Conference on Ocean Food Security and Blue Growth, Indonesia, 2013. Global Oceans Action Summit for Food Security and Blue Growth in Netherlands, 2014. Then Global Action Network on Blue Growth and Food Security in Grenada, 2015. Then next. So conclusion. So in the conclusion, we can when the sustainable fisheries is being considered, not only sustainable fisheries, what I have told, it is inclusive growth and sustainable to development. So my predecessor, Dr. Venkatraman, has shown different slides of Dasavatar, 10 avatars. So there, if you see, the first avatar was Matsya avatar. Kesavadhuta Meena Tahira Jaya Jagadis Hari. We tell it in Sanskrit. So that means in first avatar, God has taken the avatar of fish in order to protect Vedas, the knowledge. So now, this fish, which is there in aquatic research, which is most important aquatic research, will take into account for the food and nutrition security. So that time it was Vedas, so today it is food and nutrition security. And FAO, sorry, yes, FAO has cited last week in different newspapers how food scarcity is going to affect different countries in the year 2021. We know that 44 countries are depending for external food assistance. So when terrestrial food is hampered, the alternate source is aquatic seaweeds and fish. So in this case, the sustainability plays the major role. So there, in order to achieve sustainability, we will think for conservation measures at local level, national level, regional level, international level. We have different regional RFMOs, regional fishery management organizations, looking after different fisheries of different countries or the different Asian or transboundary fisheries. Then combating IU fishing, Agenda 2030 aimed to put an end to IU fishing by 2020. It is already 2020 is going to be over, and when it will be evaluated, we will know how much it is being achieved. And overfishing, I have told in 2017 it was 34%. So now it is yet to be evaluated. Strengthening MCS, Code of Conduct Responsible Fisheries, that has given all the guidelines for sustainable fisheries. Then adhering to ecosystem approach to fisheries management, and lastly, co-management. Co-management using the fisher as well as the government, and mainly co-management of different types of co-management are there, but advisory and informative co-management where the fisher plays important role in decision-making process should be taken into account. So if all these two will be adhered, then we can suitably march to achieve the goal number 14 of Agenda 2030 or Sustainable Development Goal. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it's my pleasure, sir. I extend my thanks to Professor Dr. N.V.Sujathkumar Das, who has presented a detailed and elaborative talk on sustainable management of fisheries, and giving emphasis on stock depletion and overfishing and overfishing and the fisheries management remedies, all those things. I extend my thanks to you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank
so
you.
may I now request Professor Dr. S. David Kingston, sir, to deliver his vote of thanks and the consolidated report. Thank you. 1 minute, sir. Over to you, sir.
So we have come to the last part of the program. There is the vote of thanks. In fact, the consolidated report also has to be presented, but because of the lack of time, I'm just presenting the vote of thanks. Now, first of all, I thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. G. Sukumar, for his showing interest in this program. In fact, he permitted us to organize this webinar. We are very thankful. And also Inspector's busy schedule in the admissions and other works, and he made it a point to deliver the special address. and also our heartfelt thanks to you, to our honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Then now our dean, he's he's the this guiding force behind this webinar. Actually, he's very busy now, but even then, when I asked him about this webinar, he was very much interested, and he gave very good enthusiasm, and he showed much involvement in organizing this webinar. I'm very much thankful to the dean, Dr. B. Sundaramurthy. Then the speakers, all the 4 speakers, they spend their maximum time, they spend their valuable time in in preparation of the different lectures, and projecting them in the best possible way. And I really thank Dr. Vijayakumar, Dr. K. Venkatraman, Dr. V.K. Venkatramani, and Dr. Sudhir Kumar Das. I thank all of them, all the 4 of them, for their showing their maximum interest in this program. Then I thank the technical coordinator, Dr. Sujathkumar, and he took a maximum interest and coordinated the program in the best possible way. I thank him. Then I thank our program coordinator, Mr. Durai Raja, and Mr. Ramakrishnan. They also coordinated in the best way. Then our UOs, university officers, they coordinated very well. Then our HODs, all the HODs, they showed maximum interest and allowed the students to participate in the webinar in the best way. Then the staff members of Fisheries College and Research Institute, the students, all of them, they showed maximum interest. I thank all of them for the maximum interest. Thank you, one and all. Hello. சரி ஓகே சாப்பிட்டு தரேன். சரி 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 ஆமாம் ஆமாம் சரி சரி சரி